So I went last night. I went to dinner, but it was early and I didn't want to go home right away. So I went to see this movie, which is, there's a little brand new theater called Nora. And I guess it won all the prizes. I thought it was about as good as a made-for-TV film or I don't know, something you watch on the plane. But anyway, it won the Academy Award. She won the Academy Award and all that. And I watched, I don't know, a couple years ago, I watched Cardi B sing at something or other. And there was a movie I saw last week called A Complete Unknown. And he's, older than I am. I didn't know much about Bob Dylan other than I tried to see him here at the 930 Club. It's the only time I ever in my life was not able to scalp a ticket. And that was a better movie, much better. But it was a different time. Listen to these words from 1963 and ask yourself, where has all this gone? And nothing's changed. Come, you masters of war, you that build the big guns, you that build the death planes, you that build all the bombs, you that hide behind walls, you that hide behind desks. I just want you to know I can see through your masks. You that never done nothing but build to destroy. You play with my world like it's your little toy. You put a gun in my hand and you hide from my eyes, and you turn and run farther when the fast bullets fly. Like Judas of old, you lie and deceive. A world war can be won, you want me to believe. But I see through your eyes, and I see through your brain, like I see through the water that runs down my drain. You fasten all the triggers for the others to fire. Then you sit back and watch when the death count gets higher. You hide in your mansion while the young people's blood flows out of their bodies and is buried in the mud. You've thrown the worst fear that can ever be hurled, fear to bring children into the world, for threatening my baby, unborn and unnamed. You ain't worth the blood that runs in your veins. How much do I know to talk out of turn? You might say that I'm young. You might say I'm unlearned. But there's one thing I know, though I'm younger than you, that even Jesus would never forgive what you do. Let me ask you one question. Is your money that good? Will it buy you forgiveness? Do you think that it could? I think you will find when your death takes its toll, All the money you made will never buy back your soul. And I hope that you die, and your death will come soon. I'll follow your casket by the pale afternoon, and I'll watch while you're lowered down to your deathbed, and I'll stand over your grave till I'm sure that you're dead. Bob Dylan, 1963, Masters of War. That's BlackRock. That's NATO. That's the expansion of NATO, so that arms dealers have new places to sell their crap. That's the million Ukrainians killed. Million. I don't know what the Russian figure is. It may be the same. It's the Palestinians killed with our bombs for money. It's the oil that we drill in other people's countries that we took. And you know what it's really like? It's what the financial system is doing to us. They make their money, but when their death comes, will their money cleanse their soul? Will their lives have been worth it? It's a funny thing. I don't know the answer about life because I'm at a stage where I can actually say I have regrets, because I don't see how I can ever do those things now. Yet it all fades away as you come to your own demise. And I think so much of what we focus on, probably we could second guess and wish we had done otherwise. But money stolen, money greedily accumulated at the harm of others, I don't think you can accumulate enough of that money unless you're one cold-hearted son of a bitch to meet your death with a clean conscience and a clean soul. Anyway, that's Bob Dylan. And I don't think Honora deserved the award. I think it's another bit of crap. I don't know when young women are going to realize that it's not empowering. It is not empowering, I don't think. But it's just a man's perspective. It's not empowering to become a comfort girl online. It's not empowering. But it's just my generation. We all have to live in our own generations. Okay, I want to, and I'll try to remember that Ricky has questions yesterday that I didn't get, so I'll try not to overrun the ability of this computer to keep those questions there whilst I talk to you. Let me get this. Let me get first 5-star. Thank you for being first 5-star. I don't know how to get your comment. It might already be gone. Isn't that something? I've got to get all right, I'll go down these. Hello. Hello again. Hello. Just call to say hello. I think about you every night. You're there at home. I'm here alone. Hello. Hey, Narad. Sir Billy. All right, so I went down a bunch of them. Carnegie's Painter. Someday I'll get up there. Yeah, I'll try to stay calm, David. I've got to get better at that. And it's just the stress, the uselessness, the futileness of it all. But we'll get a win. We'll get a win soon. We'll get a win soon, and it'll feel better. Look at this, top countries by resource value. Oh, girl. I found that material things I thought had so much value. So Russia in at 75T, United States 45T, Saudi Arabia at 34T, I doubt it. Although as Saudi Arabia runs out of easily acceptable oil, and it could happen overnight, they have some natural gas reserves, but by definition, the price of oil will go up. So it could be, but there's no way. Someday I'll talk about that with you guys. There's no way that the OPEC reserves are accurate. They're just not accurate. Canada, 33T. I would put them ahead of Saudi Arabia, and probably ahead of us. Iran, same caveat as Saudi Arabia. I'm not sure that Iran has the oil that their official reserves say they do. I don't know. Oh, that's Sheen. China, I don't know. I would guess they're higher up because they have rare earths, but they don't have a lot of oil. They have a healthy amount of oil, but nothing extra. And I wonder if there can be a debit for lack of water that's clean. Anyway, then Brazil, 22 trillion. Their biggest reserve is this wonderful forest that they tear down. So how do you account for that? But okay, Brazil's very interesting. Australia has natural gas, petroleum, coal, but the biggest part of that, and iron ore, gold, all that stuff, wallabies. But the biggest part of that might be uranium. Iraq, again, I actually think Iraq has more conventional oil reserves, for real, as they used to say down in Virginia, for real, than Saudi Arabia. It's least possible. But it's the same caveat. The reserves are all misstated. I'm not saying that Saudi Arabia won't be wealthy for all of our lifetimes. I'm just saying it's exaggerated. And then Venezuela at 14T. I'd say Venezuela, it's probably legitimate, but their oil is wax. It's not wax, but it's it doesn't flow. All right, and then I want to see, I want to show you guys something to explain my feelings about these stocks, particularly MMTLP. I'm a Nationals fan, and today the dispute between the Washington Nationals and the Orioles was declared over, and the announcement puts an end to a dispute that has existed as long as the Nationals themselves. And up here, you'll see it say, Major League Baseball announced Monday that a long-running saga over Washington National television rights between the 20 years old, I had season tickets when that opened, DC team and the nearby Baltimore Orioles. 20 years it took to resolve that, and that's the legal system. And I would submit to you that in the case of MMTLP, those guys want it to take a long time. They have all the money. It's not a question of cost for them. They can write the expenses of the litigation off, and they get a tax deduction for that. They can reserve for potential losses each year, and they get tax deduction for that. So they, as the lawsuit goes on, they can build through accounting, they can build in the ultimate payout, so it doesn't hurt them very much. But meanwhile, maybe they'll win. Maybe they'll win. And time, anything could happen, anything. So that was Peter Angelos, himself a wealthy man because of lawsuits, like I think Wes Christian will be. But it took him a long time in the asbestos cases. And then he died during this battle, and the Lerner family, the wealthy Lerner, Ted Lerner. And then I want to show you here, and that's the problem. I don't know which one. Oh, I know how I could do it. 70, 69. All right, let's try 69 first. All right, I have to look at my, I think that says full report available for Nixx. But it's very hard to read for me, so I'm gonna read it here, and you have it there so that you know I'm not just making it up. Problem is, all right, so it says here, full report. Boy, it's really tough to read. This is for Nixie. Nixie is transitioning from a woman to a man. No, that's not true. Nixie is transitioning from a recruiting platform to an AI-driven technology firm focused on telecommunications, SMS, and data services. Recent strategic moves include acquiring TKOS Systems software assets on February 21, 2025, and securing, so anyway, they got the assets of that software company, and securing $120 million 12-month contract with Mexidia SPA via its subsidiary. I assume this subsidiary is Nixie's, Link AI, starting in May 1, 2025. The company, Nixie, projects a monthly revenue run rate of $25 million The company targets market expansion. The company has withdrawn an S1 filing, and the company has authorized a $10 million share buyback. As of March 1, current context, the stock price, the last specific price from TradingView was $2.17 on February 27th. So the stock price suggests upward momentum after key announcements. It's very hard to read, I'm sorry. Without real-time data, assume it's trading higher, possibly near $3 to $5 based on sentiment. I'm not sure I follow the purpose of that sentence. Without real-time data, assume it's trading higher, possibly near to $3, $5 based on sentiment. That must be a projection that he's making on price. 52-week low, $1, 850 high, market cap, approximately 48 million. Likely higher now with price gains. I'm not sure the point. Maybe you guys can explain it. Because we do know the price isn't 3 or 5 right now. Okay, float estimated at 3 million shares with an estimated potentially 5.8 million shares shorted, which may be therefore a high short interest ratio. The fundamental analysis, revenue growth, pre-acquisition revenue for Nixie was non-existent. The Nexcedia contract, $10 million a month potential, which has since been revised to 25 million as a run rate, is a signal of a significant pivot to profitability by year 2025, assuming that the integration of the the contract is successful. Revenue from Nexcedia starts March 2025, which we're in right now, though the contract officially begins May 1, potentially indicating early optimism on invoicing. It may be that those contracts have already been paid. Who knows? We'll find out. S1, these are under the heading of strategic moves right down here. S1 withdrawal, canceling the S1 filing. It lessens the dilution risk, and then a $10 million buyback. All right, I hope I can't read what I have up there. I had so much hope for my eyes. Okay, then it says under right there, it says acquisitions, TKOS systems, and potential additional targets, which might be due by late February. Obviously, we're in March, so it's been delayed. Acquisitions should enhance AI-driven telecom capabilities. Risks, low liquidity, and high volatility. Execution risk on integrating all this, projected revenue. It's a risk trying to get there. I'd also say we don't know the cost of that revenue. I assume this is low margin business on the one hand, and on the other hand, high margin business, and it's not broken out. Short interest, 5.8 million shares is accurate. The short interest could fuel a squeeze, but it just could get larger and larger. Technical analysis, this is stock trading. Chart pattern, double bottom. Noted, two lows near 150 and 2, neckline, breakout, recent momentum. I'm going to skip over that. Support, and I'm going to skip over that. Volume and sentiment. Breakout point analysis, the red headline down there. A breakout occurs when the price decisively moves above a resistance level with strong volume, fair enough, signaling a trend shift. For Nixx, the breakout points are, survey says, I think I'm missing one here. So I'm going to read the next one, and it's probably not up there. Yeah, it's not there. I don't have it up here, so I'm just going to read it to you. Breakout point analysis. Short-term breakout, 320, 350. Major breakout, $5.35. And confirmation signals would be volume and breaking through the various technical indicators like the MACD. Valuation perspective. Currently, it's $3.20. The potential so the $3.20 works out to a market cap of 50 million. The potential is 25 million in monthly revenue, or 300 million analyzed. You could calculate that at a turnover metric, a price to sales of 1. So maybe you have a $300 million valuation. And in this calculation, he comes up with $20 a share. If you doubled the price to revenue ratio to 2, you could figure $40 a share. All right, now let me get to this one, and then I'll go to your comments. I'm not ignoring them, Ricky. I'm not ignoring them. I'm not ignoring questions. Okay, sentiment as of now, March 1. Bullish posts, I guess, on X highlight the buyback, S1 withdrawal, and revenue projections with $5 and $20 as price targets. Claims of a short squeeze add speculative fuel, although no one knows the real numbers ever. Conclusion. Nixx is likely in a pre-breakout phase as of today, trading between $3 and $5. Buy zone now. Hello? Hello?
People are texting me, you're live. Are you live? Alive or live?
Let me see. Let me see if I'm alive. Yeah, I'm breathing.
All right, give me 1 second. Can I go live with you?
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah, give me.
Hold on a second. The dogs are on me. All right, guys, take a break. Oh. Hold on. Wait. All right, guys, stop biting. All right.
Let me just. All right. No,
I'm ready.
All right. It's all right.
Let me put them on the floor. Hold on. They're on the couch. Give me my string. All right, everybody. I think we're set up for the greatest short squeeze. I think that Trump's going to come out and slam the short sellers and turn the market around. There were signs I posted this morning, William. UNH was up 10. McDonald's was up 7. I posted Apple was up. IBM was up. I said the video is turning up. It turned and it went positive. And I told people, that's how you trade. When you find something, the groups start to turn, and that's how you make money. All right. But I think if Trump comes out and speaks about the naked short sellers and that they're going to go to jail, I think the whole market turns. They got everyone pressing the bet on the short side. He'll run them over. We call it a bear trap, William, where we bait the shorts into shorting, and then you run them over. And Trump has those cards in his hand right now. So I think they're going to come out and say something. I just wish I knew the second, because if I knew the second, but with the market rout the last 2 days and all the tariff stuff, he knows the market's hurting. He's going to do something to turn it around. And I'm a betting man, and I think it's coming. And I discussed it with a couple of people. This is the ultimate of a bear trap. It's right. It's set, and these guys are in it. So that's what I see as the market in general. And it will only help all our stocks. It's all going to happen. Let me just go through GBUX real quickly. The attack by the shareholders banding together, exposing this criminal. I spoke to a couple of friends that work at boutique firms in New York. And I said, if you had a truck in front of your building exposing you and your client, my friends all said the same thing. They would have been thrown out, and the firm would have sued them, and that would have been the end of them. By the end of the day, they would have had a lawsuit against them for bringing that type of business to the firm. All right. The short seller in GBUX at ASCM obviously has done business with them before. Now, if that firm has any regulator come in and look up their skirt, as we say, right, they would faint, because they must have murdered 1,000 companies. So based on that, I expect them to disappear, stop the game in this stock, and I expect it to take off at any time. You can see the selling, the manipulation has stopped, and I think that this is going to rocket. So I don't know where it is right now.
Which one are you talking about?
GBUX. Okay. This is a one-man short operation. ASCM has taken the order from one naked short seller. Who's the naked short seller? I don't know. ASCM is the broker on the transaction, using the firm of ASCM to do its dirty work. We don't know who the short seller is, so we attack the broker. The broker has to turn away those orders and get away from this stock. Otherwise, that firm, who's doing business in lovely Jupiter, Florida, which I would love to be living there, they will lose everything. And the owner of that firm and the people there were all outside looking at the truck yesterday. There were 2 shareholders there reporting back what was going on. And they said that these guys couldn't believe that the truck was there. So they had good feedback on the ground. And so just remember, if it's at your firm, you did 1,000 evil things. Do you want Fngr, the Secret Service, or anybody knocking on your door? No way. Get this out of here. It's not our problem. We don't want it. Once they chase the short seller, the short seller knows that he's on the hook, because at any given time, ASCM will give him up to the regulators or to the law enforcement. So there's a big problem here for this character. Again, it's a little different. They go into a Citadel and a Virtue. Lynn Partners has, other parties involved with them there also. It's a different game. Lynn Partners is a level up. Right now, we're in the garbage pail dealing with trash. Lynn Partners is above these guys. They have more of a bigger network. This guy's network was some short seller giving the orders to ASCM. That's the network. He picked ASCM because ASCM he's done business with before. And he felt comfortable, no problem. They know my business. The people there have been good to me. They don't tell anybody. Well, unfortunately now ASCM will be on the truck once we go to DC, and I told them this morning that they will be on the front of the DOJ, the SEC, the FBI, and DC. So keep playing games, and you're going to get exposed. They're the ones that have the problem. Our shareholders don't. So that's on the GBUX front. Finger motion will be on the truck. BTI will be on the truck once we get to DC, once we know what the hell's going on, who the hell's in charge of the SEC. I don't even know yet. But we will attack all those issues when it's time. On finger motion side, I'm traveling. I'm going to do my own homework. All right. I know shit's going on. That gentleman was at the shareholder meeting. He was very nice to put up that the company addressed the big data business with the insurance companies, the emergency response vehicles, the dividends. He even got to approach. He got answers on that. We know it's all coming. How big is the revenue? How big is the deals? All that's to be heard and will be seen when the company speaks. My concern is, and I'm looking for, and I'm willing to spend the money, I want the details if there's someone buying into this company. There's traders that know this stuff, that hear things that I'm not in Asia, and I'm trying to find them. And, there's a lot of people that I know, and we're going to go try to find it out and get the answers for all of us. All right? This is how Wall Street it gets done. When you think you got a lead on something, go figure it out. So it's a life-changing situation. Whether they do a deal or not with Alibaba or the auto company you spoke about, I don't know who it could be. Whether they do a deal or not, it's life-changing anyway with 250 million shares short, 1.4 million real short, and the company's fundamentals and the special dividend and all this stuff coming out. I'm all right with the manipulation. It don't bother me here. I told you before, DJT at 30, there's a lot of wiggle room, right? There's no wiggle room in finger motion anymore. The CEO told you about the Roth reports coming out. They're working with them in March. He said that. The gentleman was at the meeting. I wasn't there. So I feel comfortable where we are, no matter what happens. If the government steps in and goes after the short sellers, you win in 30 seconds. But behind that, there's 15 events that could trigger this whole thing. Anyway, William, that's all I got to say today.
All right.
And like I said, owning one share, and this is my recommendation. I don't give a fuck if the SEC is listening. The only way to get involved in these things, you have to be in it. Wall Street's about money. It's unfortunate. That's the game. It's very hard to learn how to play craps, dice, unless you actually play the game. I had no idea the first time I was playing. The money was moving so fast. I didn't even know if they knew my bets. I didn't even know my bets after a while. But there's a system, and that's how you have to learn it, is by playing it. So that's the way I try to tell you in these stocks. GBUX, finger motion. If you own one share, I know people own more. I got it. But if you own one, go ahead.
Here's classic. Merrill Lynch no longer allows Gbux buying because Gbux is low priced. That right there, you understand why they try to get the stock down. It takes away the ability of the thundering herd. I think there's 20,000 Merrill Lynch stockbrokers. Of course, they're called wealth advisors, but all those clients can't buy the stock.
Right. That's what they do. I mean, it's like going to play basketball in the park and you want to play and it's someone's basketball. They won't let you play. That's why when I play pickleball, William, I always go to the park with a ball because I want to make sure that I am, people don't have a ball. Some people, I have a ball, they won't let you play. So I bring my own. And same in basketball when you go to the park. So it's the same thing.
Djokovic is in the same quarter with Carlos Alcaraz at Indian Wells.
I don't know how he keeps playing. It's just amazing.
Every tournament, he's in the same quarter with Alcaraz. But anyway, yeah, I hope he.
No, it's a tough game. Life is, age just gets to these guys. I don't know how he's just a modern day, marvel as an athlete. It's just amazing. He's not playing a game where. He's playing a game that's so physically demanding, end to end, and it goes for hours. It's not like it's a 2-minute game.
Well, what he's learning is And that's what I think steroids provided for people isn't the strength, it's the recovery. It's hard to
Yeah.
recover from things when you're 30. How old is he? 38, 37?
Yeah, I think he's 37.
He'll be 38 in May.
If anyone ever played a racket sport like that, the end to end and back, and I mean, sometimes the volley, just 1 point is 30 shots. They don't get a timeout, take a break like in football, go to the sideline, get a little oxygen. You got to keep going. And the other side is in the same shape, and they'll just keep stepping on you until you fold. That's what the game is about.
So I'll start at the bottom, but that's the comment on Gbux. But you can see why the pressure to sell it under a price stops some of the buying, and that's the goal. That's their goal. So,
well, you might put it up on.
The good news is, as the stock goes back up, the buying can come back in.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Listen, I posted before. I said this is a market. It's a bear trap. The market's going to turn. The market was down 800. We're down 600 now. Stocks are turning up. There's your turn. It was right there. That's trading, my friends. That's what. That's right. That's exactly right. Everyone was so panicky, and we spoke with our buddy yesterday. He said the negative feeling on the street is at the highest it's ever been. That usually means it's going to turn. There you go. When they turn, watch how fast the shorts cover in the video, and these names like Costco or Bowman, they go right back up. So anyway, that's it. Finger motion. Again, just do your homework. It's all right there. The guy went to the shareholder meeting. I'm following his lead. I didn't even know there was a meeting. These things happen, and they just go. Do your homework. The opportunity's coming. The government is. Trump has to say something, because just look at Elon Musk. His stock is down from 400. He lost $150. Trump's lost 30-something% of his stock. All right, he's not that stupid. So it's coming.
Is Finger Motion meeting with Roth this month, and when will the research report be released?
That's what the gentleman said at the meeting. The CEO's meeting with Roth this month. That's the delay, not the company. He posted it on Twitter. It's right there.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Okay. I don't know in what context, but Ham, what about the algorithm?
I'm not allowed to. I'm not part of that, so I know people are working on it. So let them do what they have to do. It's not my game.
Look, algorithm's just a fancy word for computer code and I guess a formula. But it's just, you're just going to have computerized buying duking it out with computerized selling. Nobody's actually there anymore. I heard 98% of trades on Wall Street are through the computers. I don't know if it's true, but algorithmic sounds great. It's just peppering with sales trading, sells, and on the other side with buys. But I think the key thing to understand is they're leveraging on the buy side their ability to buy stock. But I don't know how it works. I'm not a geek, a computer geek. Will Fngr squeeze after Gbux? Will Gbux squeeze within the next week?
Gbux looks to me, it's going to squeeze within the next hour. How's that opinion? I think ASCM management is shitting their pants. They are thieves and scoundrels. They robbed probably 1,000 companies, looted by naked short sellers. Now they're being attacked. Do you think they want anyone going in to find anything else about that firm? If you're the thief and we're coming knocking on your door, and it's just a bunch of knuckleheads now, but we're leading them to the FBI, Secret Service, DOJ, the Palm Beach Post, all right? Everybody's being alerted about these guys. Do you want anybody You want anyone knocking on your door from the other 1,000 crimes you get? That firm only deals with scumbags. Once the scumbags know that you've been contacted by the authorities, they have no business. So that owner of that firm has to make a determination, and to that idiot that's taking the orders, say, hey, get that out of here. Any shares that we're short, that we know of, that we are liable for, buy it back. And that's what I see happening. They're not selling anymore. That's for shit sure.
How about the State of the Union? Everybody watches that. Is that a good time for you to buy a spot on TV?
Yeah. I'm going to buy TV. Yeah, I'm going to buy TV.
Well, the question says good spot ham. I don't know. I don't know what it means.
I don't have the capital. I don't. Listen, I sent a text message to a woman that's a big advocate for, political advocate, got 170,000 followers, and she's fighting her claim is that she's fighting to keep men out of women's sports. I have 2 daughters. I don't want men I don't want some big oaf playing sports against my daughter in soccer or basketball. Whatever the hell they're playing.
Playing sports against big oafs either.
Right, but I'm just saying that I said to the woman, I said, listen, I said, you know what, while you're fighting for our children, okay, you better learn about what Wall Street's doing, because you could save all their asses against playing basketball against a big idiot. But if you don't teach them, you don't understand, your people don't understand about what Wall Street's doing, they're all going to be wiped out and their financial futures are going to be destroyed. They may take, let's say, a parent dies and leaves the children some money to invest, and they put it into Wall Street or a broker. They're going to get wiped out. That's the type of stuff I'm trying to tell you about, because most people don't have an understanding. I have a friend, his parents were very wealthy. They sold their house to Ronald Perlman in the Hamptons. Perlman is now worth, sold his house to Ronald Perlman. His family's worth a ton of money. And the family has been looted by their attorney, putting the dad who had a stroke into risky investments, lost him $10 million, and other opportunities. The family got destroyed. So they probably lost like $30 million because of brokers putting him into, terrible stocks, and just wiped him out. And they had no idea. He's not a Wall Street guy, and this is what happens. So I'm just trying to tell people, hey, man, this is what they do. You think it's one person, but it happens all the time. People are just getting slaughtered. And, these guys don't care.
Hey, Ham, do you know anything about ZJYO?
I told you, when I hear something, I'll tell you.
I think it's 66 cents. Would you buy it, sell it, hold it?
I wouldn't do neutral until, listen, I know it's going to go. I just don't know when. I know people that own it. These guys are big boys. They sit with it, and you could obviously see they wake them up when they wake them up. I have nothing to do with it. The forward splits is the reason I really like to see what they're going to do there, because it just made them more short as time went on.
Could a market crash force a buy-in for our shorts in our stocks?
100%.
If Alibaba wishes to invest, would they do it in the form of a warrant dividend?
No. They would reach out to the company, sit down, and iron out a detailed plan. They would say, hey, we like to buy a 15% stake. There's 60 million shares in the company. So what's 15% of 60 million? 6 million, another 9 million shares. Let's say it's 10 million shares they sell them. And they'll say, well, we'll sell you 10 million shares at $3. They're not going to sell it. They're not going to sell it to them at the low, because that's selling a big percentage of the company at the low. Even though it's Alibaba, they'll negotiate where it'll be above the market. And people are going to sit there, well, it's Alibaba, you know. Alibaba is not Lynn Partners trying to loot a company. If Fngr Motion has the goods, whoever the investor will be, they'll negotiate a price. That's it.
All right.
I don't think Alibaba will come and say, hey, we're Alibaba. And those guys are going to say at Fngr Motion, well, you know, we're Joe Blow. You know, we know the president of China, too. You know, so obviously, you know, there's, you know, they may battle back and forth a little bit on who knows more powerful people. But at the end of the day, you know, they'll drop their names, too.
There's a new interview on Fngr on Lila Max Media.
Yeah, I saw that. Someone I told you about yesterday. That guy Frank who went to the show posted it. I didn't know about it.
Future is female. Ryan says happy Mardi Gras.
I never believed in Mardi Gras down in New Orleans. It smells like urine, the whole place.
Well,
don't get me wrong. I'll be the first guy to go into a bar.
The cockroaches are large.
I have no interest in New Orleans at all. But thank you for the nice wishes.
So these nuts wants to tell you that 2,000 years later, the audit is done. Trust me, bro. Well,
what does that mean? What does that mean?
He's just being a wise
He's being sarcastic.
But
say, well, listen, you know what? You know what? When I graduate and get an accounting degree, I'll get back to you on it.
Here's
Other
the
than
thing,
that,
Peanuts.
You're talking to yourself. Hang up on that.
Here's the thing. Since you're such a brainiac and you just like to complain from the peanut gallery, here's the thing. Martin Shen, obviously, I haven't talked to him about this, but obviously, because they changed auditors, he had the responsibility to pay for 2 years of audits. So his choice was, and I think it's probably $500,000, as much as that, to get a full year's audit done. It can be expensive. His choice was to go back and do 2 years, this past year and the previous year. And then he'd still have to do the 25, which ended in February. I know that's confusing. So in other words, he could have chosen to do 2 past years and then this one that just ended. So he'd have to pay for 3. And you know what you would do? You'd come on here bitching. Oh, why did he pay for 3 when he only had to pay for 2? I think he made a good choice. He said, you know what? Let's just redo the last one and wait till 25 is over, and then we'll do that one, and that fulfills the 2-year requirement, and we save money on a full year. I think it's brilliant. So you can go back to the peanut gallery and get out a microscope to look at your own balls. All right, South Carolina. Colby says hello from South Carolina. Ricky wants to know, when are you going to meet Fngr Motion?
When am I going to meet them?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He wants to know which airport are you leaving from, which flight, what time?
I'm leaving on JFK. There you go. I'm not meeting Fngr Motion, that's for sure.
Was the spike in Gbux short covering? Will they spike it again soon?
Yes. I believe it was short covering. And I think they'll spike it again soon. Where is it now? I don't even know where it is.
I don't know. I can look, but it's hard to do. So I'm not going to risk it.
Okay.
It was 117 when I looked last time.
Yeah, they're in the kitchen.
So Jordan wants to make, which is fine, I don't mind, but he thanks Trump for crashing the economy and siding with Russia. Thank you, MAGA. All right.
Well, that gentleman,
it's too soon to tell that. To say that Trump has crashed the economy in 3 weeks, I think it's a little bit premature.
all right.
Okay, Gbux is 421. Colby is saying hello from Louisiana. Is Northwest Bio in play?
It's an interesting story. The problem is the only problem they have is that I think that they will. I hope they get approval for whatever their cancer drug. I hope it works, but I do think that they're going to get, if push comes to shove, the company's going to get $50 million in a settlement, and everybody else is left holding the bag. Does $50 million or $100 million change the stock? I hope so. You know, if they get approval, absolutely. Does the money that they get from the stock settlement, from the fraud settlement, does that help the shareholders? I don't know. It'll definitely help the company out. They've been fighting this for a long time. They've issued shares to support all this stuff, and that's the problem.
I think Northwest Bio is just a stock to buy. I don't think it'll squeeze because it's just overwhelmed by criminality. But
I think it's going to pop.
Oh, okay.
If they get the approval, yes. How high can it go? Who knows what the real number of shares out there? Right? These guys have been diluting it at 25 cents or 50 cents for 100 years without a reverse. So, I don't know.
I think you make your money in Northwest Bio. I'm making it up. When Johnson & Johnson comes and pays $40 a share. I don't know if the lawsuit interferes with the enthusiasm to buy it, but and I made up J&J. I don't know.
Hey, listen, it's 30 cents. If you want to play, you know what's going on. It's right there. They're working on a cure for brain cancer. People are posting that the results are really strong. Who would root against that? You got to be insane, right?
Augustine thinks that after this is resolved, you should be in movies. You have a voice for Hollywood movies as a badass.
Me? My voice, I hate my voice. I hate it.
Well, he likes
I want to get a voice like, was it Earl Jones? Is that his name? I forgot his name.
Yeah, his name was...
It's the Beef, whatever his name. He does the Arby's commercials too. I want to get that voice, not this whiny, squeaky voice.
Luke, I am your father.
Yeah, I'll take Darth Vader's voice. Yeah.
What was
I sound like Mel Brooks right now.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Sound like you're from Brooklyn.
Not me.
BAM Investor posted a video yesterday about corruption. I don't know.
Is that the gentleman that's supposed to be very good at this? I think he's supposed to be very good at it.
Down and try to look it up. I don't know who BAM Investor is.
Listen, people, the fraud is so deep. There's so many angles here. We're showing you the market maker, ASCM, manipulating GBUX at the hands of some hedge fund. Who's the hedge fund? Well, we're sicking the management of ASCM. We're going to attack him and let him give up the criminal. Okay? If he wants to stay in bed with the criminal, then he loses his whole business over the criminal. The criminal's probably paying him $300 to $400 a day in commission to loot and destroy a company. That's what ASCM is doing. That's their part in the crime. That's it. So either they give up the criminal or go down with the criminal. And I just told you that no firm is going to lose everything, their business. These guys are located in beautiful Jupiter, Florida. As you can see by their building, it's a nice place to live. It's beautiful. And
lifestyle. And all you got to do is steal and then
go to work every day. You steal $1,000 a day, $5,000 a week, $20,000 a month. This guy's living in Jupiter, Florida. He's at the beach on the weekends.
And the lawyers cover your ass, and then the hedge fund that started you make sure the regulators don't regulate, And of course, by the time you do it for a few years, you realize that you're not breaking the law, and everything you're due, you deserve because you're so good and you're morally pure.
Right. That's what they do. But now the game has changed where the weight of all the regulation, the army of people. Listen, people, you don't have to fight with us. I got it. It's a tough fight. But it's a life-changing fight for those
alongside of us, you don't.
Alongside of us. But I'm saying, but it's a long fight. But the rewards are off the chart.
It's been rewarding so far.
I didn't say I could do it in a day. I've been doing it for 25 years. So listen, I got the moaning. I got it. I have friends that passed away from it. I got it. And like my friends, we will pass away also. Time is a killer of everything. And that's what I'm trying to move it faster. I went out to shareholders. I raised the money. We sent the truck. It was all helping. All the shareholders helped out. People attended to go see the truck, take pictures of the truck. They helped design the slides. I don't know how to do a slide presentation. I don't know how to do that stuff. So it was a thought, and a group of shareholders, about 20 people, all did a little part of it, and there you go. And we put the pressure on them. All you have to do is retweet the stuff on Gbux or Fngr Motion. Just retweet it. That's all. I have 3,000 people following me.
You called the bottom in Gbux. It's 460.
Is it really?
It's the snapback of the century.
I told you guys just to buy one share.
Snapback of the century.
I told you yesterday they were going to push it down.
I told you I wished I could have bought some. I woulda. But anyway, snapback of the century.
Like, what's the volume on today? Can anyone?
I don't know. Let me look. I run the risk of disconnecting you, but let's see. Gbux. NASDAQ. Takes a while to come up. I don't see that price. I see 417.
You're behind in the time.
But I see. Oh no, that's not. That's the high.
Listen, people. I really, and I will speak from the heart on this one. I think the great play is Fngr Motion. I think the company has everything in place. And
Gbux bid is 456. The ask is 473. And the volume, it's not very high. It's 9,000 shares.
9,000 shares. 2.2 million shares, people, they got to buy back. They have to buy back 2.2 million shares. You tell me how. If you don't think this is a $50
Eric
stock.
says it's 12,400. I'm using the OTC markets. There's a delay.
Let's just look at it this way. They got to buy back 2 million shares. They got to buy back 2 million shares of stock. It's traded 12,000 shares. My friend from New York was buying a few thousand shares of GBUX. I don't know if he got it. But, so he was buying. I don't know what he did. He told me today he was going to buy it. So, but again, as fast as they push it down, look how fast it's go back up. That's what happens. The only problem with Gbux is for the shorts, the upside is infinite. Infinite. Owning one share and learning about it is what I try to tell people. Up, down, sideways. I don't control it. But this way you understand it. You could see it. You follow the news. Don't be a pedestrian because you'll never learn anything. That's all I can say. The SEC.
A statue. Don't be a statue.
Well, listen, if it runs to 20, don't call me back and say, went to 20, went back to 2. What do I do? When it goes up, what do I tell you to do? You sell a little bit. This way you get your money off the table. That's all you have to do. You can't win every trade. You're never going to get a short squeeze if you sell it up a dime. So if you want to play for a short squeeze that you educated yourself on, what do? As it goes, you sell. You buy 1,000 shares, you sell. You pay 4, you sell 200 at 8. You know, it goes to 10, you sell 100. It goes to 15, you sell 100. But then you got 500 shares and let it go. If it goes to 50, you make a fortune. I told you I screwed up in GameStop. I sold it at 118. I left more money on the table than I made. But I learned my lesson, and I'm averaging in, and I average out. That's the way to do it.
Last trade on Gbux, 465.
All right.
Any update on the movie?
On the movie?
I have a list of questions that come every day. We should make a list, go through.
Listen, I donated. I helped Wes Christian. He paid me $10,000. I donated it to the movie. It's not I'm not a movie guy. I don't make movies. I do nothing about it. You know, I don't even know how to videotape and put it together, you know, so. Listen, these people that's their business. We donated the money. I gave $10,000. I told you that before.
AC Will wants you to know that SCM's office is located directly next door to the Jupiter Police Department.
I didn't know that.
Probably share the same John.
Don't worry, we don't need the Jupiter Police. The Secret Service is going to get them because they've been forwarded to Dan Bongino and the gentleman that I know at the Secret Service as counterfeiters right there. And this is a very easy story, like Finger Motion. You know, a DJT story is tough, or a GameStop. There's so much volume. GBUX is fraud in slow motion. You can unwind these trades in 3 minutes by following the sell tickets. 3 minutes. Go in there and say, hey, ASCM, who's selling this stock? Who sold all these shares? Let's see your sell tickets. Oh, wait a second. It's XYZ, you know, offshore LLC. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's your sell. There's your short. GameStop, there could be 800 people selling, 800 people buying, new people wrote. You can't keep track of it. It's like a fire drill. The Gbux and Finger Motion is fraud in slow motion. Finger Motion, whenever we get some volume, the volume picks up to the short side. Finger Motion, I think in the next couple of days it'll be $1.50, north of $1.50. I know some good people that have been accumulating it. And you know what? The selling will dry up, and the thing will start to take off. If you do buy the stock, right? Think about this. If you do buy the stock, you can always turn around, sell the stock, make 20 cents, and then take the 20 cents and go buy a 5 cent or 10 cent call, and you're in the stock for free. That's a nice way to play it. You put up $10,000, you flip it, you make $1,000, you buy $1,000 worth of calls. And you are still long for a month or whatever one you want to pick, and you have no risk. Ta-da! There you go. That's how you play the stock market. I hope some people understand that. That's, you know, it's an easy way to play.
This is the end.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything interesting. Gbux is down now.
Someone said it just went down. So basically,
so you buy the dip, sell the rip, buy the dip.
Well, this is your chance to buy the dips. There you go. When they push it down, those aren't investors that sell it down like that. There's no one on this phone call.
All of a sudden is 32,000.
Ah.
So they must have crossed what?
They're crossing stock. There you go. There you go. They're moving the stock from one account to the other. Hey people, this is how they try to create a tangled web. They think that the regulators of the FBI, the Secret Service, can't figure out their financial crime. They're the first to do this, you know. They're idiots because they think that they're the first to do this. This is as old as time, moving stock around, the shell game.
Yeah, I can't.
Where is Fngr motion at, William? Where's Fngr motion? I got these two puppies in the yard, and all they do is
115, but the bid is. Let me see what the bid is. Doesn't say. So this is a 15-minute delay, though.
All right, someone just said 119 to me. Is that true? I don't even know.
I don't know the answer.
Okay, no problem. Fngr motion looks explosive to me due to the shareholder meeting and all the events they spoke about. It's right there. If the 10% or 15% is going to be sold to a major player, all right, I'm a believer where there's smoke, there's fire. That's how I believe. And that's a pretty big story if Alibaba's getting around in it. You know, and China is very different than the U.S. In the U.S., most big companies are nervous about doing deals with small companies. Fngr motion has done deals with multiple billions of dollar companies already. So I think that company has passed the test of the penny stock stigma. It's a NASDAQ company that has grown and has shown that they could do deals with major people. If Munich Re is in their camp, they're doing deals with real people. Forget the other parties, all the other names. Get out of the dirt. Come on, move. Hey, let's go. Get off of them. Oh, yeah. What else, William?
Nothing.
Has Gbux moved back up against over 4 yet? I'm trying to see if you guys learn how to trade.
Gbux, I don't know, but
whenever you see a quick washout like that from 470 down to below 4, and they cross something, that's the sign of someone choking to death. That is not the sign of problems in the stock. That's the sign of a short seller trying to hide his past, his trades. That's what they're trying to do. And pushing it down is meaning that they're trying to create a winning trade for whoever was short the stock. So let's say it's account A is short. They don't want to blow up account A. Let's move it to another account and we'll blow up that account. That's what they're doing. I hope you understand that one. Is that it, William? We're all okay?
Yeah, it looks like it. 395.
I tried. I'll try to call you from the road, William, before I take off if I'm available.
I didn't know they had phones in Shanghai.
I'll call you from the airport tomorrow, and I'll touch base. I don't think I'll be doing calls, but I will touch base with you, William. All right?
All right. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, everyone. Have a good day. Thank you. All right.
All right, so I don't know what you learned from him, but hopefully something. I'm trying to see if there was a cross of 10,000 or 20,000 shares, but everything's delayed, so I'm probably mix it. Before GTII is merged, do the shorts have to cover? No is the answer. But I don't think in this case the CEO who is coming into GTII and his company are on the side of the shorts. I think it's pretty clear that the company coming in is coming in on behalf of whales in GTII. So that's a positive. I can't say that about every story you see out there, because a lot of it's arranged by the criminals. In this case, I don't see that. I think this, which is good news. I think the company is coming in without being a I don't know what word to use, without being a company given to the situation by the shorts. So in this case, that's good. The company has said they will not do a reverse split, which is how I would do it. I mean, I definitely, so that's good. But the shorts have purchased a lot of time, a lot of court action. They have the company where they want it in receivership and in the executive market. I don't know what else is in their bag of tricks, but I'll assure you it involves lawyers, time, selling more stock that doesn't exist, maybe moving it offshore. So then what would force short covering? Look, for me, I'm not clear that the short position is even going to survive the receivership. I've been told I'm wrong on that it will. So let's assume the large short position, if it's there, survives coming through receivership. There's no pressure to cover that. Nobody really knows it exists. So they'll move forward with the merger. They'll move forward with putting the whatever revenue and marketing into the company. And then the shorts will just be there. The company will never reverse split, so the shorts won't get that benefit. But you got to wonder how many shares will be issued for the new company, how many shares will be issued for any new money. In this case, let's be, what's the word? I usually try to be conservative in my calculations, but everybody wants to see the positive here. So I guess in that way, if you're trying to do that, being conservative is being positive. Let's assume the company needs zero money. Let's assume that the whales just put up the cost of the lawyers and the cost of filings and accountants for free. They don't take any shares for that. Let's assume that the receiver doesn't take any shares in the new company. Let's assume nobody takes any shares out of the clawback. Let's assume the company claws back 200 million shares. The receiver does, and doesn't take any bit. Let's just make it as advantageous to us as possible. So let's assume that the net is GTII has 250 million shares. They don't need to raise any money. The whales don't want any stock. The receiver doesn't want any stock. The people doing the work don't want any stock. It's just there. That all belongs to us. And now let's assume Xfinity comes in with the CEO and their team and their technology and their Bloomberg terminals and all that, Bloomberg-like terminals. I would try to tell you that to be optimistic, we try to assume they don't ask for any shares. They're just coming in to help us out. But I think that's a step too far. So what would they come in for? I don't know. My opinion, they'll come in at 90%. But let's just assume, again, being rose-colored glasses, we're all friends, they're being charitable, they're going to spend the meat of their professional lives with their wives and children, and instead of getting rich, they're just going to help us get our money back. So let's just assume that. Let's say that AIversity comes in for 50% of the NewCo, not 90%, not 95%, not 80, just 50. So that's as rosy, I think, as we can make it. Let's call it 51%, so they have control. But for math, let's call it 50. So there's 250 million shares outstanding. Let's assume 250 million shares are issued to merge in. That's 500 million shares in the company. It's growing. But remember, we assume they never have to issue any shares ever. All right, so what's the short position that's out there? What's the size of the short position? It could be as big as, I'm hearing, as big as 400 or 500 million. But I think we know when the Kramers got involved, they were short 50 million. I don't know. Let's say the short position, the naked short position, is 250 million. What's going to cause the covering of that? That's as rosy as I can make it. That's a pretty big position that has to be covered versus 500 million shares outstanding. What's going to make them cover? They haven't covered yet. I suppose what would make them cover is if there's the same mantra I give elsewhere, is if the new AIversity has growing revenues which are repeatable, predictable, and which lead to cash flows, net cash flows, and earnings. And then perhaps the shorts have to cover, but you have to ask yourself, have the shorts moved a lot of those shares offshore, the trades offshore? Those trades are not followed, they're not recorded, and Wagner has no interest in tracking trades. The IRS just came out and said that Musk has gotten rid of the need to track beneficial owners. I'm confused by it. I don't know why it's good, but the point is there's a lot of LLCs. So you got to ask yourself, after 3 years, will they come in and cover the short position? I don't know. I'm not willing to make my views, to get all covered in it, all Williams negative and all that. I just tried to give you as rose-colored, great position. Assume nobody wants to get paid for their work. The whales fronted the money for free. The company's coming in only at 50% of the NewCo. No money's going to be raised, and the revenues are going to grow like gangbusters. But even in all of that scenario, I can't with confidence tell you that it's going to cause a short squeeze. It might. Let's keep on with the glorious path of victory and assume that the short position remains at Alpine. It hasn't gone offshore, and that the earnings come in massively, buyers come in, the stock goes up, and we know if it goes to 9, not much happens except a flurry, but let's say the stock goes to 25 somehow. So the value of the company becomes 12.5 billion, if I'm correct in my arithmetic. Just astonishing story in the company and growth. And we get to keep half of that. And Alpine collapses. Trump says, clear my desk. I want to focus on GTII. Pam Bondi's brother works on the case. Let's get this bought in. Bring me daily reports. Well, then maybe you get a squeeze in it. But I don't know. It's very hard. It's just so hard to imagine a situation where there's going to be a trigger for a squeeze. I did my best in my example to you. If you want me to come on and discuss GTII, let me know. Sure. I mean, if you want to come on, that's fine. I think everybody here listens to you, but you're welcome to come on. That would help. I mean, you can tell I don't know anything about it, about the receivership or the details or the timing or the survivability of the short position or any of that stuff. So you're more than welcome to come on. I got to see if this one will let me do it. I'll try it. Copy. Send this to my guests. Yeah, but how do I invite? All right, I copied it. Let me see if I hope I don't lose everybody. Let me see if I can. I'm going to see. If I lose everybody, it's not because I intended to. Oh, I know where I can go. I know where you think I should go. I got it. I know. Very clever. What's the email? I think it's your name. Okay. I don't see it. All right, let's try it this way. No, I don't see that. So let me do it a different way. There we go. All right, which one of these is right? Got 3 of them. All right, I'll pick one. Or should I just do all 3? Or maybe I'll do, let's see, not, no. All right, I'm going to just try one of these. I will use the Gmail, see if that works. All right, I don't know if I've done it properly. I don't know if I've done it right. All right, let me try down invite. Right. Invite guys. Send this link to your guys. You may want to. All right, let me just see what I sent out. XQTSZ, XQTSZWDHYE. Yeah, I sent it out just now to you. I think it's your email. I've got 3 Richard Hoffmans in my address book, but it will be in the subject line will be the link to StreamYard, and it's the same. So, all right, I'll leave it like that. Anyway, I sent it to you just now. I love Richard, but those jokes would be boring if we were watching yeast rise. Well, he's sharp as a drill and twice as boring. Oh, that's nice. God rest Lucky's soul. Yeah. I've been thinking about Lucky a lot, and I think I got a little bit, I don't know. It's the first time that I have gone through it without a lot of distractions. When my cat died years ago, Charlie, that was tough, but it was really tough. I had to pay somebody to take his body. It was hard, but that was a long time ago. But I was busy, I was traveling, I was doing things, and I had Lucky. And I had, anyway, this is long and the short of it is, I don't think I've gone through, maybe what this is grief. I don't know. But I walk around, I think about him. I open the door, think about him. I dreamt about him the other night. That was nice. But yeah, I miss him. And I hope he's with St. Francis running around in him. That's what I think, Vic Songwriter. When he died, I couldn't do anything about it. He was on the floor near the heater because he liked the heater for whatever reason. And he started running. He was sideways and he was running. And he just started running as hard as he could. And I slept on the floor next to him. I didn't fall asleep, but it didn't do anything. I tried to hold his chest, hold his head, talk to him. It wouldn't stop him. And it went on from sometime around 2:20 to 5:30, 5:10 in the morning, 5:19 in the morning. It went on for 3 hours. And it got more and more intense. My opinion was that he was in another world where he was trying to catch up with the other dogs. He was trying to run. He was trying to go there. But he was determined, and I couldn't change his mind. And I finally just lay down and I looked over and I saw him. He was still, and then it stopped, and it was like he gave us, I don't know if it was a sigh, but in this brief moment, and I was watching him. It seemed like he was so much at peace because he had accomplished joining maybe these other dogs, or maybe joining. Anyway, he left, and I think he was happy as he left. And I tried to deny it, and I just wanted 15 minutes of sleep because my head was, so I did fall asleep. And when I opened my eyes, he was still there, and I thought, oh, he's sleeping, but he wasn't. He was dead. He was the greatest gift that I think I've ever been given as a surprise. I mean, he just came to me. But there's a lot of commitment, but it was just a tremendous companion and joy to have had. But he's gone. I never got his DNA test, so I don't know what his exact breed was. I think he was an American Staffordshire Terrier, but he could have been something else. But man, what a great dog. He didn't bark. He loved people. He was always excited to meet new people and always kind. But then at dog parks, that was where there was a little bit of a weakness because he was alpha. And if he got attacked by two bull mastiffs when I wasn't around, if I wasn't there, but he didn't fight. He ran. That's what he would do. If he got attacked, he would turn it into a run, and he'd have 20 dogs chasing him, and he'd have a big smile on his face because he'd be the fastest, and they'd all run out. And then when he stopped, he'd stand alone, and he wasn't interested in any of the other dogs. He was just walking around sniffing. But he always was very forgiving if I came back late or if I did something, But his whole attitude. One of the things I learned from him, he would want to walk in one direction, and I'd say, "No, Lucky, we're going this way," and he'd try to trick me into going. He'd pretend to pee or he'd do something, and he's trying to walk that direction, and I would make him turn. I would just turn. We're going down a different block. And one of the things he would do, which is how I think we should be in life, he would look where he wanted to go. He'd take a deep breath and he'd let out a sigh, and then he'd turn and he'd look down the new block, the different direction, and he'd perk his ears up, he'd wag his tail, and he'd look forward to the new block. Just like that, he would let go of, oh, well, I'm going here. I'm going to make it fun here. He taught me a lot about life. And anyway, I think at the end, he decided to go. I think he made that decision to go. And he just kept running faster. And I do think he was trying to catch up with the dogs in heaven. That's what I like to think, that he's up running in fields of green and fields of dogs and rabbits. He was a good guy. He was a really good guy. He, I don't know if he loved water. I never took him. I never took him to a pool. Well, that's not totally true. We visited but anyway, she had a dog. I didn't let him. So he's never around a pool or a lake or anything. So I never found out. He was a city dog, and he loved to run. But I decided after one too many mishaps, because they always blame him. Whatever happened, they'd always blame him. And I'd say there was 1, 2, 3, 4 times over 15 years that anything came close to trouble. And then I heard about one other time. Oh, I left one out, so maybe 5. Anyway, so we would walk. We would just walk, and he was happy with that. He loved walking, and he made friends everywhere, every store, he would remember there was one bridge where a woman saw him, rolled down her window. She was in the passenger side, and said, "Hey, can I say hi to your dog? Can I say hi to your dog?" And I said, "Sure." And Lucky jumped up, and they said hi while they're waiting for the red light. He remembered that for, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. He would wait for, he'd look for her. Then he figured out it wasn't going to happen. But he's very generous in his love. But I don't know if he ever loved water, because we never tested it. The other thing is he didn't fetch, which I was glad about. He couldn't have been less interested. If I threw a ball, he couldn't care less. I loved that about him. But I remember one time I gave him a big bone. He loved this bone. It was one of those fake bones, but he loved it. And he was younger, playing about it. He would bury him in the couch or somewhere. But this time he decided to take it with him as we went on a walk, and we were walking, long walk to get to this big park. And he was trying to sniff. He was trying to do his other things. And after about 6 blocks, he realized that this bone was more cumbersome than his other things he wanted to do. So he found a spot. He put it down in the leaves, but there were no leaves. It was just dirt. And he, with his nose, he pressed it as low as he could in the dirt, but it was still there above ground. He looked at it, took one last look, gave a sigh, wagged his tail, and forgot about it. I'm sure he remembered it, but somebody else got it. And we went up to the park. He was a good guy. He was a good guy. Oh, it's tough. But Jeffrey, I think depends on how it happens. At least I didn't have to kill him. I didn't have to make the decision. I think he took that decision on himself, and I think that was one last gift he tried to give to me, because I knew that I was gonna at some point, and I had just bought all this medicine and I'd taken him in, and the vet thought he could be around for months longer. And I wonder if the medicine might have done something. But I maybe, but I can't do anything about it. But at least I didn't have to make the decision. And as I said, I think I was dead tired, but I was watching him. I think he was happy as he died. I think he was happy that he went where he went. So it's selfish of me to miss him, but I do miss him. Oh, you're backstage? Oh, he is. All right. Let's see. I don't know what do I do. Okay, add to stage.
There you go.
All right.
You did it.
Now the problem is I can't hear you if I use this microphone. So I think what I'm going to do, I have to switch microphones. So let me do that. Okay, and I get this off. And I go back to, now I think I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Okay,
There
great.
we go.
I'm sorry about Lucky.
Oh, thank you. I know you lost a dog. So
yeah, I lost it. And I know Ham lost a dog. I lost a dog like about a month ago. Dante, my Dante.
Dante.
He was my guy, and it was unfortunately, you know, we've had many dogs, and we take care of our dogs, so we give them really good medical care.
Yeah.
And Dante, unfortunately, visited the vet many times in his lifetime. They really liked him there, but he was too frequent a visitor. He ended up developing, in some dogs, it can happen, a tumor in his nose. It blocks their kind of ability to breathe through their nose, and eventually it's not doable. And so it was the ending kind of, you were talking about the ending for Lucky. The ending for Dante, unfortunately, was because my wife was conflicted. We've had dogs before that were really sick and put them down, and it is conflicting. But I was speaking to a vet about this, that in veterinary medicine, euthanasia is considered an acceptable treatment. And so when they evaluate treatment of an animal, they look at it differently than they do for humans, where euthanasia really is not a part of the treatment plan. So they may not do things as invasively on animals that they would do on people.
Oh, I see.
Even like
they won't save them necessarily.
Yeah, it won't, because it's not, maybe that won't be the best outcome. They say that may not be the best outcome. Even like radiation, because like obviously dogs develop cancer, they have radiation treatment for dogs, but it's a much lower dose than they would give relatively to people, because they don't want to make the dogs incredibly sick. So they're more thoughtful about the treatment that way. But unfortunately, Dante, this developed, and the night in question, literally, he started to bleed from his mouth. And at that point in time, you kind of know the ending, and it ended pretty quick after that, and it was done in a really nice way. Way, but it was incredibly, it was incredibly overwhelming and over the top and melodramatic, the whole thing. So
he went out with drama. That's good.
Yeah. Well, I obviously can sympathize for what you went through, because
Lucky couldn't. It's funny, that day we had our walks. I mean, that's something I'm realizing, because now I walk alone, but I realized how far we used to walk for miles. But our walks were reduced to about a block a day at a time. But we had a nice walk that day. It took forever, but he was walking, but he had gotten to the point that his back legs would collapse on him. So his quality of what he wanted to live here was not as good. And I think, I don't know what happens, but I think he's up there running around, because he just had such joy in his physical abilities.
Yeah, most of my dogs, and I've had many, and when the end comes, most of them are still in good spirits. Dogs are just like, that's why I love dogs.
They accept things. They don't.
They do. Yeah. And again, they unconditionally love you, and that it's hard to find, and it's really is hard to find. Anyway, I'm sorry about that. I heard about that, and I'm sorry for you because I could relate to you. So let's talk about GTII. And maybe you can ask me, because I hear you occasionally talking about it. Maybe you can ask me questions that you think that are important,
Well,
that you'd like
I
to
can
know.
do that. I don't know. I guess I lost my whiteboard. It's not right here, but I obviously I don't know any of the law, but and I don't know the difference between receivership and bankruptcy. But it's different than an investment banking situation
Sure.
or a merger and acquisition
Sure.
or a new deal. It's or
Might
a
be
new
easier.
offering. It's different.
In some ways, it might be easier too.
Yeah.
And let me kind of let me say where we started and kind of, because this is all
Okay.
what matters. One, I have no expectation of this deal. I like John, by the way, and I've had a lot of communication with him. I think he's got a great idea. I hope it works wonderfully, and I will support it completely. But I don't know if it's going to work. So that's how I start off. And as to the short position, I don't know about that either. I have no idea if it still exists. I don't know if it exists, how you would maybe cause it to move. But I do know this is kind of how I feel. If you're able to get a business functioning into GTII that eventually makes money and makes profit, that will impact the stock price, whether that be with a short or not with a short. Bottom line, if a company makes money, that'll be reflected in the stock price at some point in time. The stock price, I think, got literally as low as like a penny. The day the acquisition was, and it trades at some ridiculously low level. So there's trading, but the number of shares that gets traded per day is really low. But even the day that the transaction got approved by the court, it was up 200% that day. So somebody at least was interested enough that they moved the stock. When I got involved, so I got involved originally because I wanted the short position. I thought there was a short position. Obviously, that was discussed. But I'm a big boy too, so I like the way I view. I think everybody should view it this way also. I ultimately make all my own decisions. So whatever I do, and I accept full responsibility for the consequences, good or bad, by the way. So that's fine. So I originally got into this on the short position. And then as time went on, I became suspicious. And I don't know, by the way. So my feeling about shorts is I don't know about what triggers a short squeeze and how it happens. My own kind of view is that most of the short squeezes that I've seen are about companies that nobody was talking about, that just happened. And that when we talk about them, it tends to bring too much attention to something, and it's
That's
easier.
a good point.
It's kind of almost easier to combat it in some ways.
Good point.
But that's my view. I don't know if it has any meaning. But when I got involved, so I'm originally in the short position, then I start to kind of evaluate what's going on in the company. And I notice, and speaking to various people, including you, I just got a bad feeling. I didn't know anybody, hadn't been anywhere, didn't know anybody, but I started to get a bad feeling about what was going on in the company. I had an allegiance to shareholders because I come from MMTLP where the shareholders got screwed and most of them there was nothing they could do. There's nobody that kind of represent their interest. So I got involved originally for that. As I got involved and I started dealing with the company, it became obvious that whatever I suspected was well beyond what I suspected. That led to the lawsuit. We were lucky enough in that lawsuit. There were a lot of people that joined in, but we were lucky enough. And again, I think a lot of this is unique because there was somebody who was willing to fund the lawsuit. And most times you're not going to have somebody who's willing to fund the lawsuit. So we were lucky enough to have a group of investors then somebody to fund the lawsuit. Then we found lawyers that were really good and had a prior history with these particular guys. So not only were they good, but they knew these guys being, as the last judge, as the attorney for this gentleman called him at the last hearing, Mr. Rishman. That's what he called him, by the way. His own attorney called him Mr. Rishman. The law firm was familiar with these guys, had prior history, kind of knew what their way of doing business was. Then we found the right judge. So we were in a business court in Las Vegas. We happened to find a judge who's really sharp and who, as it turns out, was a plaintiff's attorney. So he'd be more likely to represent shareholders than the other side. So his inclination, not that he's not going to judge everything on its own, but his inclination was to support people that are getting screwed or perceivably getting screwed. Then we had a receiver come in. The receiver took this differently than most receivers. In most cases that I've ever been involved, when a receiver is involved, what happens is the receiver often is a lawyer, number one, a lot of times. The receiver often hires his or her law firm, as the law firm giving advice to the receiver. And in reality, even though they may do great things, in my experience, what the receiver does, he basically spends all the money. That's what happens. It may end up in a great result that, theoretically, but you got to pay the receiver, you got to pay the receiver's counsel, and it ends up a lot of times spending the money. We were lucky enough in this occasion, and it wasn't my choice, just happened to kind of come along. The receiver took it on a percentage, a 10% percentage. So he only got paid if there was performance. And if there was performance, that performance benefited the shareholders. It wasn't like it was detrimental to the shareholders. That means he brought in shares or he brought in money. Otherwise, those wouldn't have occurred. And he's been very diligent in doing his work. So he's done 3 reports, and it's basically, and since Bill, you have experience, with lawyers in your family, etc. Basically what the receiver has done is discovery. So even though it's in his role as managing the company in its current form, he's done 3 reports where he's kind of delineated various acts that he claims are misconduct, talked about all the assets, what's going on, and it's done a very thorough job. So any lawyer, and he's got counsel, who wants to use that and to move forward in trying to bring back shares or bring back assets has the ability to do that. And that's ongoing, by the way. That part is ongoing. So the next thing that was of concern was the company got downlisted, and it got downlisted twice. It got to, I think it's double diamond secret probationary status, and only people can trade it. I think brokers can do it in some inter-transfer, and certain accredited investors have access. And in Canada, I think, for some reason we've heard, in Canada, there's not these same restrictions. So even though the trading isn't great, there seems to be an ability to trade it in Canada. So part of this process is the deal that came in, and we were looking to get a deal done. But the concern was, while all this is going on, the SEC is buzzing in the background. And that sounds good in one respect, but on the other respect, and it was the old SEC, not the new SEC. We don't know what the new SEC is going to be. But the old SEC, we were concerned that if they got really involved, that they would ultimately just take it over. They would take control of any assets, any claims, and everybody would be shut out. So it's a concern walking kind of a fine line of making a big deal, but trying to keep control over the company without the regulators impeding our progress. And the concern was, because of their involvement, that the company could be permanently delisted. So while this is going on, there's an attempt to get something into the company, some business. And there were apparently some people that approached. I think I asked, I did some live streams where I literally asked anybody with an opportunity, I don't care what it is, contact the receivers council, present it, go for it. Because I wanted the best number of opportunities to be presented so shareholders could get the best opportunity. That was the idea. The only one that seemed to come out that was clear was the AI-versity deal. And it kind of evolved because based upon interactions with Mr. Forrester, who's the CEO, he had these interests before, or after kind of seeing the shareholder base of GTAI, he seemed to be much more on board with the retail shareholder kind of point of view. And his product, in fact, the product that he's bringing basically to GTAI is a trading platform for retail shareholders. So it's for the benefit of retail shareholders. And it became more evident that if in fact his company did well, that it would be beneficial for retail shareholders. And if in fact he was representing that he was supporting retail shareholders and he did something to the contrary, that would be difficult on his business going forward. So it kind of gave me some comfort that he meant what he said. And then there was another group, and I know you're familiar with the gentleman. There was the Trento group who came in and they presented they presented it as a deal. I think it was more of like something that could be a deal in the future. We had an opportunity to vet both, because they both kind of appeared with JR and me, and we kind of went through it. The one with Trento wasn't particularly pleasant, unfortunately. Although, to be honest, I've seen Michael twice since then. And even though it really was not particularly a pleasant interchange, because we were challenging him pretty dramatically. But afterwards, we're fine. So it was really just business, and he took it that way, and I meant it that way. And I'm hoping, like in the future, maybe that turns out to be something that amounts to some great deal. And I think anybody who has, the bottom line is, somebody brings you a great deal, there's no reason not to do it, right? If someone's bringing you a bunch of money and you think it's going to work, then why would you not do it? So I welcome that to them also. But in the background, we were still concerned about the time, and we're in court, and we're waiting for the SEC, because the SEC shuts us down, then it's over. It's just a dissolution at that point in time, and it's done. So we had one hearing that was supposed to be to approve the deal, and it was going to be contested a little bit. And in the middle of the hearing, there were a bunch of shareholders that appeared. They were appearing on Zoom, and on the bottom 2/3 of the Zoom scoreboard, a very hardcore porno appeared in the bottom half of the screen. The judge freaked out. He terminated the Zoom and terminated the hearing. We got kicked out 1 week. Last week we appeared. The deal was approved. The judge was on board 100%. The only opposition came from the attorney for Mr. Reichman. And again, he called him Richman. His attorney called him Richman. But be that as it may, the only opposition came from them. It was very weak. I don't think the attorney was weak, by the way, but I just think the facts are really bad. And I've been in the position in court, you got a bad client and you got bad facts, and you hear the other side make an argument, and you almost have to laugh at yourself before you're going to give your bullshit argument, because you got to give some response. And that's what that sounded like to me when the attorney for Reichman was giving his objection. Like, he was hired, he had to do something, but he really didn't have the heart to sell it like he really needed to sell it. And when he was confronted, so he made his very, very short pitch. The judge asked him, "You have anything else?" And then there was some other stuff The judge went back to him to ask him if he had anything to add. He had nothing to add. So it was really a very weak argument. Now what's going to happen is AIversity and Receiver are completing due diligence. An audit is being completed because the prior audits were inadequate, improper. The CPA firm that did the audits was thrown out by the SEC. They tried to use the auditors that the prior management substituted in to replace the ones who got kicked out by the SEC. In the end, they weren't cooperative in completing the audits, which by the way, not legal advice, but I think it's a breach of fiduciary duty if a company hires you and then you say you're not going to provide them certain information, and that's just because there's a management change. And in effect, old management hires this company, old management's kicked out, literally. The receiver comes in, goes back to that same CPA firm, says, I need this information. That CPA firm that works for the receiver says, no, whatever, BS's, doesn't do their job. I think it's a breach of fiduciary duty myself. But that we went from there to a different auditor after them. Apparently that all is going to be completed March 31st. 2 years of audited financials, the 10K, everything. So that should bring us up to speed. Of course, there could be delays for anything, whatever. But that's the intention at this point in time. After that is done, and I think after the deal, presuming this deal goes forward, then they'll apply to be relisted first at pink sheet status so that it's tradable for everybody. When that happens, I don't know. I would think if they are successful in getting the company audited and the 10K filed by the end of March, I would think by the end of June, perhaps they might be able to get it relisted up in pink sheets, but that's kind of more speculation than having a real knowledge. But that's kind of my impression. Could take longer. Their long-term impression is to get uplisted to the NASDAQ. So, and it wouldn't be, I think GTII would change. It would depend upon how the business goes, the underlying business, whatever AIversity is bringing into the package. Part of the deal is, and it's not specifically in the contract, but we had them on, and it's on. Part of the reason sometimes we have people on, we don't tell them this at the front, but if somebody tells you something and you have a recording of it and they do something completely opposite that, so be it. They say one thing and others. So sometimes you have people on so they can make a record for themselves, and you can make sure that their level of transparency is what they all claim, because everybody claims to be transparent, right? Everybody claims to be transparent on the up and up, and unfortunately not everybody is. I think these guys are, but this is like the Reagan, trust but verify. I believe, honestly, I believe everybody. I don't disbelieve what anybody tells me, but when I see something different, then I'm not a moron. I believe my eyes too. So in the next period of time, hopefully will be uplisted. But that's contingent upon a couple of things. And one of those is getting back all those shares that are of questionable status. They believe, and they've already done a certain amount because some of them were returned. 35 or 40 million of them were already returned. I think the amount of shares that were issued, excluding shorts, because we don't know, what the real short count is, but actually that were issued, I think in the last documents they showed it was on the order of about 350 million shares. I think about 50 million may have been repatriated already, so we might be about 300 million. I think John Forster indicated that there's about 190 million still shares of questionable value, and he would not go forward with this deal. He won't complete this transaction unless a majority of those shares are repatriated. So if we're talking about 300 million as being the starting point, and we're talking about 190 million as being those questionable shares, and it may be the case that they're swapped, that we'll let you off on this if you give us back the shares. It may be like a lot of trading, because it's beneficial, because those shares probably are the most important thing, because I agree with you, at some point in time they're gonna have to raise money, and if they don't get the shares back, and his position is he's against reverse splitting. Not that he's not going to reverse split at some point in time. There's no guarantee of that. But in the moment, he is. And he said, basically, if he can get the shares repatriated, there's no reason to reverse split, because obviously they could sell the shares. They can go out and raise money selling those shares. And I agree with you, real long term, it may happen multiple times. They may dilute multiple times to raise money. And my view on that is, the way I looked at GTII in its path before we intervened, it was clearly going to go to zero. There was no doubt that thing was going south. So in my mind, my investment was worth zero. That's how I look at it. I don't have any, and by the way, not upset about it. I've gone enough far past that. Not upset, but that's how I evaluate it. And now we have an opportunity for something. It may not be wonderful. Maybe the stock eventually goes to $1. Hey, listen, if it goes to $1, as far as I'm concerned, that's like a 25x. I look at it that way. And I think that John Forster is well-intended. So if you're well-intended, if you have an idea that's an interesting idea, he certainly expresses interest in retail shareholders, and he's an anti-short person. So he shares a lot of the same values that all of us share. So I don't know if that's all going to work. And I don't predict anything. But I think, of all the choices, it's a pretty good place to be in. And when I started, honestly, my view was, and literally, this is my 3. I'm pretty simple in life. Like in child raising, it was when I had small children, I was pretty simple rules. Keep your children safe, especially small kids, and try not to pass on as much of your crap onto them. That stuff. That's my 2 rules. Everything else was like a bonus. And with these guys, I had 3 things I wanted to do. 1, absolutely get rid of existing management. That was paramount. We did that. Get some type of business in there. We're in the process of that. And the 3rd one is get it trading again. And after that, whatever happens is kind of, that's going to be organic. If it's something that's good, if it ends up like it's a 1 in a million and it ends up being Amazon or something like that, wonderful. It could just as easily go bust, but at least we have an opportunity. And, people like certainty. There's no certainty. But I think from where we were, especially, how many times have you seen retail get it together enough, really, retail, to replace management, get a business in? It just doesn't happen very often, no matter how organized, with little BS retail companies. Maybe in a bigger company where you have somebody, like some big hedge fund that's leading the process. But for little guys to do it and to cause and affect change, I think that's a rare thing. And I'm hoping it leads to positive results for everybody. So that's my pitch.
Well, there's a lot of.
I saw you writing feverishly.
A lot of thoughts. I don't know. That helps me not interrupt too. But if I have no idea, Yahoo has a fully diluted at 450. It doesn't matter. I trust your number, 350. 50 comes back. That's 300. Where's the one? If the 190 is taken back.
It's within, yeah, they would say that's within the 300.
Yeah, so you're down to 100.
100.
Roughly. And yeah, that's certainly how I would think about it if I were running it. Then you have 200 million, maybe more shares that you can go sell and you don't dilute. So I think that's a man that is thinking correctly.
I think also, I think they believe, and whether it turns out or not, I think they believe that within 3 to 6 months, they will have real revenue, not like, insignificant, but millions of dollars per month of revenue. And that will, I think their burn rate, because we talked about this, their burn rate is something on the order of 50,000 a month currently, which is not, it's not, I mean, it's a lot relative to you and I, but for a company, that's not a excessive amount. And I think their income that they expect based upon certain relationships they have will more than cover that burn rate. So I think even though obviously they're going to still need to dilute for raising money for whatever they do, but I think it's not going to be like they're going to have to dilute to cover basic operations. They're going to be able to dilute for making products and generating income, or at least with that idea of generating income.
It's yeah. So I mean, I guess just to clarify, I mean, it's a risk I saw, but it sounds like that risk is gone. The company is through receivership, right?
Well, it's not. No, it's not through yet, because the receiver will stay on until they complete their task. So again, one of their tasks is getting back those shares. So this deal is not going to close until the receiver.
So the receiver's going to end up with, if it happens, he'll end up with 25 million shares.
If it was 190, I think it's 10%, so it'd be 19 million shares.
Yeah, but what about the 50 that's already been?
I think that came before the receivership.
All right, so he'll end up with 20 million shares.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope that, in my view, is, again, it's a lot, but it's only a lot if the company becomes worth something. And
so he'll own 20% of the company, 18% of the company.
No, he'll own 10% of that, but he won't have voting control. So ultimately, it's going to be the new company that's going to have control.
Wait a minute. If there's 100 million shares, prior to the merger, 100 per million shares, and he gets 19 or 20, he has almost 20 per. I don't know the exact breakdown. What is 19 of 119 million? But rounding it, it's roughly 20. It's less 18% of the new company of the residual GTII he'll start out with.
Of the non-diluted GTII. Because again,
right,
realistically,
then they're going to merge it, and anyway, he's gonna be one of the largest shareholders in a new company. So bravo.
Perhaps. I hope he. My view is, again, you see that. I see your response. I see that as a positive. You see it as a negative. I hope. Realistically,
I don't know what to say. I'm going to be neutral on it.
Well, my view.
I personally think that's a lot, but
yeah, my view.
And I don't think he did that much for it. On the other hand, I know him. He is hardworking. He is diligent, and he does his job very well. So maybe that's worth using your number. It's going to be a long time, but perhaps if the stock gets to $1, his 9 months of work is worth $19 million. I don't know. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get lost in that.
Well, let me address it because it's important. It's not just a throwaway point. It's not a throwaway point. I think if the receiver is able to get rid of existing management and to retrieve all the questionable shares and to find an acquisition, that 19 million shares is an underpayment.
I don't want to debate it.
No, but you made the point.
The receiver isn't doing any of that. The company came from somebody else.
No. You don't, Bill.
Anyway, I don't want to.
Well, I mean, you're just throwing. If you wanted me on, so you want it to be accurate.
Wait a minute. Let's just not. Okay. he did. It's a great deal. It's a great deal. Let's just move on from it.
All right,
Let's just move
sir,
on from
excuse me, sir. If you
Yeah.
don't want me to be on, then I'll leave.
I didn't say that.
You were just
I
about
don't
to
want
say,
you upset
no,
about
excuse me.
my point of view
Excuse me.
on this question.
Excuse me.
That's
I
all.
said you wanted me on. You were going to say I asked and I presented myself. You're going to say something like that. So if it's
No, I didn't. I was trying to I just have a different point of view on that payout, and I think you did work. I think the putting this all together wasn't just the receiver.
I didn't
My own view, which has nothing, this is the system, and I can't change the system. But my own view is I'd rather that $20 million went to shareholders. But that's a dream. I don't know if it's going to go to $1 a share anyway. So it's not worth really to debate it because it's all hypothetical.
It is, because it's disparaging to receiver. You throw it out. It's like it's nothing. It's not
I'm
nothing.
not trying to be disparaging.
You're questioning.
There's other ways to pay people for their work.
But you're devaluing what they said. How many times just since we've been talking about, you said he didn't do much. You don't know what he did. Bill, have you been reading all his reports?
I did. Did I say he didn't do much?
You did. Yes, you did.
Is that how I said it? Or
yes, you did. He didn't deserve the money. He didn't deserve the money. You said me. You said you referred to me. You don't know what you're talking about, Bill.
That's
you
true.
Really don't.
I agree with that.
You really don't.
But why is it worth 20% of the company?
It's not worth 20%. He's not getting 20% of the company. But for his actions, this company goes down the tubes. I think this is like, to me.
Okay, I'll grant that.
It sounds like it's not. It's to me, it'd be like I get comments like that all the time on my channel. They might say, imagine this. How much time you think I spend on GTII? Right? A ton, right?
Yeah.
And I do a video and somebody says the video's too long. Or they say the joke's bad. So to me, that's an ingrate. And when you're questioning somebody who's performed a service to save a company for all retail, and there's plenty of others who are responsible, but I don't look at the compensation. I don't, because
and that's what I was trying to move beyond.
Yeah.
But we got stuck here. I'm trying to move beyond it because that's the system of compensation.
Well,
and
actually,
there's nothing we can do about it. And I guess it's a positive. It doesn't matter what I think about it. It doesn't matter.
It's not the system of compensation. He took a different route. He took a risk. Usually the guys get paid a fee, an hourly fee, and they get their attorneys to get paid an hourly fee. They took a different route. They took a percentage without knowing if they could collect anything. That was it. It's like a PI case, right? There's a car accident. The lawyer doesn't know how much he's going to get, or if there's going to be
how much cash has come back.
About 700,000, something like that.
So he got 10% of that, right?
I don't think he's been paid anything as of yet.
But he will get that.
Eventually, the court will approve.
Yeah, so as a risk, 70 grand is not insignificant, but you get that back, and then you get the shares. I mean, it's anyway.
By the way, I understand.
If it works, that's a very good deal on everybody's side.
I agree.
We move along. So
I agree, and I agree that objectively speaking, something may sound like a big number, but in this case, he also took a risk. And by the way, it's not like I've been agreed that everything he's done. It's not like I haven't communicated different thoughts to him and his counsel, because I have. I just tried to be. I just have a different view. I think it's essential. I think without him, we wouldn't be there. And so the cost to me is very secondary, but I understand your concern about the cost.
Without shareholders, we wouldn't be here. And I'd rather the shares stayed with the shareholders, but it's unrealistic on my part. Nobody works for free. The receiver, who I know personally, I think highly of, but it's not factual that this could not have been accomplished without him. but he decided anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's an interesting point because it's a long timeline, right? And so you're right. If you break any part of the timeline, you never get to the end. I'm just referring to the part from the receiver to the end. That's all I'm talking about. So
Yeah.
from the part from the receiver to the end, I think he's done a good job.
All right. So this 190 million shares that Forster will not move forward unless these shares are put in the corporate treasury. How likely is that going to be to get accomplished?
So he didn't say exactly it had to be the all 190. So I think if it was like a large majority, I think it would be fine with him. I think some of them are definitely going to be returned, and some might be more of a fight and have to be some kind of trade-off. I know they're in the process of, they've reached out to everybody, I think, that has those shares, and they are either in negotiations or considering some form of litigation about those. I know they're in discovery. They're actually conducting discovery about the shares and other assets that exist ongoing. I think they're about to take the deposition of Justine Reichman, his daughter, because there's some type of entity that she was apparently involved with, that received a bunch of millions of shares, and there's some real property that she apparently obtained or was involved with, that arose out of the distribution of some other shares. So discovery is ongoing, and my feeling, based upon conversations with Forster, conversations with counsel for the receiver, is they feel a high degree of likelihood that they will get back a majority of those shares. What the exact number is, I don't know.
How long does it take?
I think if they're going to get them back, they'll get them back within the next 6 months.
Within what?
Within the next 6 months, maybe within the next 3.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, I was going to say 3 to 6 months, but I'll be like conservative.
And obviously, he doesn't need to get them back. It's just the signature that they're coming back.
Yeah, apparently there was a lot of actual certificates, physical certificates that they've actually obtained already. The receivers obtained.
Okay.
I don't know, like almost all of this is not firsthand because I don't have.
How much does the judge get?
The judge? Just his salary.
Okay.
He's a good judge. I don't say that all the time. He was a good judge.
So it's not, the receivership is not completed,
No.
But the judge has approved this acquisition, this merger, as long as all parties agree to these various minor or not so minor details.
Right.
But if these two parties agree, that's a done deal at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's all on board. And the document they submitted, the whatever, had some blanks in it. So they're going to have to fill it out and add some attachments to it, some schedules. And that will be resubmitted to the judge. That will be the final order. He'll sign off on that as the final order.
When does that happen?
They said within 2 to 3 weeks, they were guessing. And
how can that obviously, if the two parties break or don't, John Forster doesn't like it, or the receipt, that I guess can break it up.
Yes.
But is there a way that Richmond's attorneys can stall this, or that any kind of a third-party attorney for a short selling firm or Alpine can come in and stall it?
Well, they could, next hearing, they could show another porno on the bottom of the screen. That's one way. Other than that, I don't think they really have
the movie that won the Academy Award.
Yeah. If it's kind of like, substantially similar to whatever exists, which it will be, they have no way of stopping it because the judge is going to sign off. judge will give a final sign off.
Okay, so that's a huge breakthrough that it's gotten through the judge's decision, because
Yeah, he was really,
I personally think there's a risk that everyone would get wiped out, but
listen, I don't disagree, by the way, Bill. I don't disagree. I still believe. I just, as of today, I have no idea if it's going to work. Honestly, it could be like everybody gets zero, but in my mind, it went from a nut zero to having at least a possibility, and at least it feels like everybody is on the same team.
So,
dealing with GTI in the past, and Reichman, what we didn't know what was going on in the back, that was years and years. That is obviously not a fair setup. Now at least we think we have a fair setup where everybody's on the same team.
So the I don't even know how many shares are short. I don't think anybody knows.
Don't know.
But the short position survives this, or does it get?
Yeah, my view
offshore, or is it in gets lost in the process?
Yeah, my view is I have no idea about the shorts. I kind of like presume when we're going forward this deal, I presume there's zero shorts. And if it happens because and I believe if there's actually still shorts in there, and you put a successful business that makes profit, that somehow there will be some reflection of that. But at this point in time, I have no idea.
Has there been a valuation of AI-versity?
Yeah, there is, but I don't
What's
trust
it worth?
35 million, I think.
35 million.
Yeah. And I don't believe it.
And right now, GTII, based on the last closing trade, is worth about 35 million.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't believe that either.
It's worth 35 cents myself, but I think until they're actually operating, I think they're both worth 35 cents in my mind.
So has there been a discussion of what percentage ownership of NewCo AI-versity will have vis-a-vis the current shareholders?
There's been discussions. There's a complicating factor. Reichman, and again, I call him Richman now, but he issued secretly, I guess, a series of Class A preferred shares that had super voting, control.
They were preferred.
Yeah, preferred with super voting rights. So they needed to issue the preferred B, which they are in this transaction, that had super voting rights to make sure that Reichman can't have control over the company, because they won't do the deal if Reichman has control.
How many shares is that?
1,000 preferred, but they have control over the company.
So it's 1,000 plus 1,000, so 2,000. It doesn't matter how many.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference.
It's just that their vote supersedes his.
Their vote will have voting control. They don't have any financial. They don't get anything financially at this point, but they have voting.
But they have control. But what happens to his voting and his standing?
What is trying to be attempted currently is to cancel that Series A, and once it's canceled, then you do a readjustment because that was the discussion that he's doing that only because they need voting control.
And 10% of his vote goes to the receiver. I'm just kidding. They'll cancel that, hopefully.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Then the only preferred out belongs to AI-versity.
Correct. And it not when the deal closes, not currently.
So is it possible that the entirety of what AI-versity asks for is just the preferred shares?
No, because they're gonna have to pay themselves at some point. And he said that he's open about that.
But, so has there been a discussion, to go back to the question, of what percent of, I don't know what to call it, NewCo, current AI-versity principals own of the NewCo versus what we own. Right now, we own 100%, other than Richmond, we own 100% of GTII,
Yeah,
basically.
we own all the common.
After there's a clawback, the receiver will own 10% of what's clawed back, which I think will be added to what we own. But basically, including him, will own 100% of this corpus that's GTII.
Right.
AI comes in as a reverse merger, and we don't have cash. We don't
Right.
have anything. So what we can give is shares. Has
Yep.
there been any discussion of what percentage, what
There's
number of shares?
Have not, other than that they want to retain a majority controlling interest. That's all the discussion.
So 50%
They haven't said
plus one
they
share.
haven't said because they haven't. We don't know the numbers, but whatever controlling interest is, I'm sure because I do. We will have further discussions about that as they go through this process.
But a controlling interest is already provided by the preferred if they get that through.
Yes, but they got to, again, they have to pay themselves, and I don't know what that's going to be. At this point in time, I don't, and it's probably going to depend on what they bring to the table. If they bring real money, if they bring income and profit, then I'm willing to pay a lot. And if they bring nothing, then the only thing that lost is time at that point.
Well, all right. I trying to think it through, but basically, and you can check with Paul, because he does this for a living, where he creates shells. A shell's probably worth either giving up 5% or maybe 10% and letting the NewCo have 90%, or at the most maybe a few $100,000 as an over-the-counter. So my guess is that John Foster, who sounds like, I agree with you, sounds like, I've never talked to him, never met him, I've never listened to him, but I'm convinced he's not working on behalf of the shorts. I think he is working with the best interests of a new entity with retail included, and he's not trying to backdoor a solution for the criminals. I believe that 100%. But he's going to ask for all the way, in my opinion, he's going to ask for all the way up to $500,000 worth of value, or he could.
Yeah,
and
so
it would be okay. But on the other hand, maybe he's not. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking.
And so my view on this is that if this were like a normal deal and we had time to negotiate and we had time to get like counters and suitors, whatever, then you can negotiate, a real deal. This is like a fire sale because you didn't know if it was going to be shut down, and you needed.
I agree with that.
And the judge in particular, he was aware of the fact you needed to get something done. It wasn't going to be like the greatest deal of all time, but you needed to get something done.
No, I agree with that. I don't have. I mean, that's reality, and it doesn't surprise me.
But I'm happy to also, as we go through this process, and if you have, some suggestions, I'm happy to kind of use those or pass them on in further negotiations while this deal gets finalized. In fact,
I hear nothing here that dissuades me from my view that, look, if we can just cut to the chase, I believe John Foster, who I've never spoken to, so if I'm wrong, it's not in any way to cause trouble. It's just looking at it for why would a CEO be interested in GTII? And I think it's because he probably has some sort of familiarity with the whales on some aspect, but he wants our shareholders.
He does.
800 of them, and he wants to raise money.
Actually, it's 15,500.
Oh, I looked on the last.
Yeah, no, that's because it was we talked about it in court. It's like 15,500.
Well, that's huge for him because he's a money raiser. 15,000 shareholders has a huge value to him, and it's a captive audience. It's a place to start.
But it's also beyond that. It's kind of like he knows because they demonstrated that they will actively support him, even if it's not him, because they've done it. They've literally done that. Just like the MMTLP crowd. If you brought the MMTLP crowd, this guy, they would be all over him. He, by the way, follows MMTLT also.
Well, he'll go into that crowd. He's very, I think with a positive intent, he's very much like Roger Rabbit, who came in to hit and run and take money, or COSM, who came in to hit and run to take money. I think the difference here is but we have to be honest.
Yeah, you don't know until it happens.
Money
you don't know. You never know. You never know. You never know. But well, I think
not here for free. But that's okay. That's.
But also, like somebody could do this as a business. Really take on the retail cause, and they could make a great business out of it if they were legitimate. Legitimately.
Well, I think you've put a lot of effort into that. Anyway, anyway, let's just go back to this. So he's going to come in. He wants our shareholders and the access to money. Frankly, he's going to raise money.
Sure, I would expect
that. A head start on any other shell out there. So we do offer something to him, but at this point, it's unknown how much he would give for that. My guess is, now, will the receiver own part of the new co beyond what he claws back? The receiver is going to be offering a shell to this guy. Is he going to try to keep 4 or 5% of the shell?
As far as I know, and as related to me, the only compensation he gets is whatever he brings in. That's it. Nothing else. He doesn't get anything beyond that.
Okay. So I don't know. We could maybe pick as a starting point of 150 million shares for GTII.
Maybe.
We don't know. It could be 200 million, but 150 million. So this guy's going to have, AI-versity is going to have, if it moves forward, he's going to have the preferred B, and maybe the preferred A goes out of the way. It's not so much the shares, it's the control. That's how hedge funds do it.
Yes.
I don't know if there's conversion in equity in there or anything.
There's not. At this point in time, there's not.
It's just control.
That's just control.
So let's say there's 150 million shares extant as GTI comes in. There's the preferred, 1,000 shares of preferred, which I guess in the cap table is above us. That's what we're bringing in. He's bringing in AI-versity. I think you've already indicated he's not going to just put that in at that point. He's taking something as compensation to come in.
Well, he said,
by the way, I think is fair.
No, he's not. He's not taking it at this time. He's will.
My English, see, this is the thing. I'm not using the right language. AI-versity is not going to put in its product and revenue stream for 1,000 preferred shares.
No, well, they are, but with the understanding that they will take their money at some future point. That may be 3 months from now. I mean, I don't know. But no, at this point in time, all they got is control. That's it. There's no financial.
So they will have control, and then in the future they'll be able to pay themselves cash.
Yes.
And I assume employee options.
All kinds of things. Yes.
because they have control, they can have a board meeting and do that.
Yes. Yes.
But they are not demanding as they come in that GTII issue to them shares,
Correct.
common
Equity.
shares.
Equity. Yeah. Equity. Yeah. You're correct. That's which makes it a pretty. I mean, it's
so he would then take, let's say 200 million shares have come back into the treasury. He could then raise money, expanding the company out of existing shares without going to criminals and
right.
without going to, I mean, this is actually how I would have done it myself.
And he knows, by the way, because we spoke about it, he knows he's a sophisticated guy in terms of he knows about the toxic lenders and all that stuff. He's aware of that, not just like every CEO who says it and then does it. He's aware, and part of his model is to go after the shorts. He's aware of that. You know, when I say I don't count on the Alpine at all, I can't say that for him. I mean, that may be a part of their plan. Also,
I
don't know.
No, and I fully cede that ground. He may know more about how to go trap those shorts. I'm not optimistic that short position ever comes into play again, but
I don't know. But I know that they did.
I have to admit that the mechanics of how they hide the short and move it around and put it off into Europe and elsewhere, it's beyond, I don't think like a crook. So I think
the CEO of DWAC, which ended up being DJT, he is an advisor. I think he's going to be on the board of directors of AIversity.
Okay.
And he's got a pretty good track record in terms of M&A. And obviously we know what DGT's one of their things was that Nunez pointed out was the naked shorting. So I believe, and this may be a little bit bigger than I believe, I think that Mr. Forster has a lot of connections in influential circles. Let's just leave it at that.
Well, that's also fine.
Yeah.
That's great. All of that's great, but it's hard to believe that he would bring in value for control.
Oh, listen, the way I view it is he's bringing value for control, and he's going to get money in at the end. I mean, he's going to have the ability,
but he's going to want equity. I would think.
Yeah, of course. And I accept that fact. And okay. Again, my view is if he's bringing in value, so now that the company's operating, there's revenue, the stock price is reflective of that. Let him get paid whatever he wants to get paid.
No, I'm not arguing that. Actually, I'm just trying
but he
to
didn't
figure out how much he's going to ask for.
But your question was, did he take like money now? He didn't.
No, I didn't. I used the word compensation, but that's the wrong word. What I'm asking. Look, normally when a combination comes like this, the value coming in as the company gets a huge 90, 85, 95% of the new co in these crappy little reverse mergers.
Right.
In this case, maybe they would take less percentage than that. But what's being described here, he's not taking at the jump. He's not taking anything.
Right.
What's being described here, which I find hard to believe, but it's possible. What's being described here is he is coming in for control. He'll have voting control. He'll have the board. They'll be able to create salary. They'll be able to run everything. But at least at the start, before an employee option plan is put in place, we will keep 100% of the common position. That won't last long, but that's what's described here. That's pretty powerful.
Well, I think it's at least fair. You can't say it's like, oh,
it's more than fair to what.
Yeah, I know. I'm
it's
saying
not. It's not. I can't believe that'll be how it breaks out.
It's not going to work out that way in the end. I expect him to take compensation, but I agree, and it took me a while to understand that too, because usually people are getting paid. I use the term paid, however it is, they're getting something, going into the deal. In this way, the way it's set up right now, he gets control and he has the opportunity to compensate himself the way he wants ultimately.
Yeah, I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not talking about his personal compensation.
Yeah, I'm not either. I'm not either.
Or any of those principles. I'm talking about what AI-versity as a technology, this AI shit is not technology. It's called model or something like that. But anyway, this technology is worth. They're bringing in the revenues and the technology. What does that get right now?
I think you said it. I think you were referring to large language models. Is that what you were referring to?
Large language models.
Yeah. So this is not a large language model. It's kind of a data retrieval system. Slightly different. It's more like Palantir than the Meta or Google models, those language models. So it might use a model to generate some result using some other, like some app. But that's kind of what they do. But I think it's a fair, I looked at that too. And again, I'm realistic enough to know that they may end up with 80 to 90%. And that's the way it may end up. I'm realistic about that. But as of now, they're not. And as of now, all they're interested in is getting control. And I believe it may turn out differently because we don't know until it works out. But as of this point in time, they seem to be fighting the same fight.
And as we go forward after the receivership ends, will all of this be disclosed, whether it's below 4.9% ownership or not? Or there's certain areas where things can be not clear? Or
I don't know. Are you saying that after the merger closes, will we know?
No, I'm sure after. What I'm wondering is is everything above board down to the last share?
Yeah. Listen, one thing this is what I think. I don't know, but I know that now everybody knows that everything they do is scrutinized, right?
Which is that's a positive.
So if you're going to do something bad, you'll be looking over your shoulder. You're not going to do it completely unimpeded because we've demonstrated that you're not going to go completely without regard. So I tend to think that people are going to be more on the up and up as a result, or else they're not going to be involved.
The positives, yeah, exactly. That's one of the positives of this shell is that it'll be clean. It'll be scrubbed of all, I think, although you're saying, and I can't remember what you said exactly, but I guess Richmond and the rest can still battle some of this clawback.
I think they're going to, they will battle, but I think they're going to run out of money too. I don't think they have the liquidity to continue to fight. It was interesting at the last hearing, somebody appeared. They had done a deal with GTII. They said, I think it was like a dental practice or something. And for about 5 minutes, he railed at Reichman and how he.
Oh, that's that. Is it the Bronx or the Brook? They owned a eye care company and they owned a medical company. Maybe it's the dental one that he merged in. I don't remember the name.
I felt bad for the guy because he it was a lot of money, in few $1 million. And it was one of those transactions, you know, if you look back at GTII, the number of transactions they started but didn't finish. We know why they couldn't finish now, because they could never do an audit. You couldn't perform an audit, but it was a way of kind of keeping.
That's such an irony, is that's
I
the
know,
whole
isn't it?
premise of the company.
Yeah, to do acquisitions, but the only thing they couldn't do was an acquisition, because they couldn't ever survive an audit.
And what they provided to companies was this
financial this
solution.
clean shell that was on their website. It was a clean shell. It was compliant, SEC compliant. It was kind of
by the way, I think, just looking here on Michelangelo, I think you and he kind of, I think, I'm not saying anything negative. It's just that you went through his document and it made everything tense. But I think because I had seen that document, I don't know, a year ago, I said that you can't use this. I think he saw that kind of as a placeholder. So I don't think he was ready for the cross-examination.
I think they didn't understand. I kind of made it clear. I said, listen, provide me everything you want me to look at.
Yeah, what else could you do? I mean, that's all you could do.
And unfortunately, unfortunately, it did end up being kind of cross-examination.
He wasn't prepared for this.
Ironically, this is what happened. This is like the behind the scenes. They were supposed to be there like 7 minutes beforehand.
Yeah.
I had thought about this, and I knew, honestly, where that was going to go. I knew before it started. I knew it was going to be bad news for them at that point. They ended up being late. It just happened. They were like 2 minutes late, 5 minutes late. Before we started, I was going to say, "Are you sure you want
me to go through this document?
Are you sure?"
I
was going to give them a chance to opt out, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out, the practicalities.
No, I believe you. But what else could you go through? I mean, that's what he provided you. I'm just saying, I understand why that happened. That's all.
Yeah. And you have experience with lawyers also, and if you kind of throw it out there, we're gonna take the bait, and unfortunately, and if you're not used to it, it's tough. That's not an easy. I even commented during it. I try, despite the fact I was like, ripping the documents, at certain times I'd comment. It's really not easy being in that position, referring to them and having somebody questioning you. Just not easy. So I understood that, but my purpose was more just to make sure that we had gone through the two deals that were kind of at issue, and one obviously was in a better position.
How much money do you think the company AIversity needs to raise initially?
Probably a couple million is my guess.
That's it?
Yeah, initially, because they're going to have income. They're going to have revenue.
And they have income, but how does their revenue grow? Do they have to spend money to grow revenue? Or
because they have to raise their user base.
All right, so
they produced a chart, but again, I don't believe those.
Yeah, I don't care about that stuff, but I doubt 2 million is enough to start growing.
No, not long term, but I think maybe for the initial purposes, it's a pretty lean company that's not a huge number of employees. I don't know what they would need.
So does the revenue, the users base grow I hate this word, organically? It just kind of starts self-replicating?
I think
they have to throw $100 million into Super Bowl ads? I'm going to an extreme.
I don't know, but perhaps it'd be more like this: is they find some group that has 100,000 members, they provide
and
that
acquire.
Group, they provide that group a service.
Okay.
And they acquire those users.
And did you, in the course of your examination, discover that there's something unique? And I'm not being challenging. I'm just trying to understand. Unique about this online tool that they've created for retail?
I'm not qualified. I didn't. I really wasn't. I wish I was. I wish I
Yeah.
could give like a substantive evaluation, but I really can't.
Yep.
I don't.
No,
I
it's
don't.
fine. I assume I've heard that it's valuable and that it's good. So I
I think
assume
one thing they
that the
mentioned that
answer is positive.
yeah, one thing they mentioned that they're going to do, or at least their intention is to have to let GTII shareholders beta test the software for free to be
All right. And have you been able to look at the shareholder list, or maybe a summary of the cap table in terms of this 15,000? My question is, how are the shares distributed? Broadly, or is there all large numbers that usually comes down to, 20% of the shareholders own 80% of the shares, or, the 80-20 rule. I guess what I'm trying to know is, if the whales or a group of large investors own the majority of the shares, they're probably the ones that are going to provide the capital to start out with. And it'd be interesting to see what they ask for in return for that capital. And it'd be interesting to see if we can participate on the same terms as the first monies in.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know that the receiver has the list. I don't. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. So 2 million, is that to pay legal fees? And,
I was just guessing. That's a guess.
That's
so
a guess. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I it's about as valuable as most of my guesses.
I guess it's a useless attempt. I'm just trying to figure out all these questions I'm asking right now, is to try to figure out how much. Look, the way you've described it, and I know that you don't know for sure, the way you've described it, if it goes perfectly for Mr. Forster, is, and I don't know what happens to that 50 million shares, but basically there'll be 200 million shares in the treasury, and there'll be 100 and some odd million outstanding, and he'll come in and take control. So he'll basically have 200, probably plus, but let's say if it goes perfectly,
Right.
I mean, obviously, but so he'll have roughly 200 million shares, which he can raise money with. And I don't think he'll take that money, those shares, for his employee option plan. I think they can vote on top of that.
Oh, yeah,
when
yeah.
He has control.
I agree.
So that 200 million, I'm just wondering how much is going to go to the new money, and how much is going to the whales, how much we can participate in. I guess in the worst case, we're left with, even if the whole 200 million shares goes to brand new people, we're left with a third of the company.
Well, at that time, I'm more pessimistic. I don't mean pessimistic, but the way I figure is we'll probably get diluted a few times.
Of course we will.
We'll get flipped. So maybe we end up with 1/10, maybe, of what we have starting off. And I'm hoping that the business is successful, and 1/10 of some amount is, I'm making up numbers, but I assume we're going to get diluted. It won't be 200 million. It'll end up being far more than 200
well,
million.
no, I agree with you on that. Yeah. That's the misunderstanding I believe people have with dilution. They look at it, and not you, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying anybody here, but in general, people look, all right, we're starting out with 300 million shares, and if they raise money, right now they have in this example, they have 200 million shares with which to raise money. That's exactly how I would think if I were doing it. So bravo. But once you've sold those shares and you need to grow, you're going to, let's say, issue another 300 million shares in a series of
Right.
transactions. So people say that's 50% dilution. It really isn't, because it depends on what you use those shares for.
True. You build value. You may build
and
value.
right, it's to build value. So I accept that. But what I'm trying, there's just no way. You're not going to know, and I can't know.
But kind of using your numbers, if it's 200 million, if the stock price is $1, then that's what, 200 million minus whatever the fees and whatever their fees are. That's not an insignificant amount of money.
No. I don't think. See, I don't know his revenue and his growth or his business plan, but if he has a breakthrough product, which I've heard it's good, I don't know anything about it, and if the idea is to provide to retail traders all around the world for probably a modest fee, state-of-the-art trading platform and research and all, etc., it is a very significant model. It could be big, depending on competition.
Yeah,
but it can provide a way out of these online trading vehicles. It can be breakthrough, and particularly if AI helps, which I have no comprehension of.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Particularly if the data, he can create a database of investors and people he can go to with product and all that. That it's just huge. It has huge upside if properly implemented. But there's a lot I don't know. But the starting point, which I find incredible if it's true, is he just wants control.
Yeah. I feel comfortable, by the way, that that's not just what you think. That really is the deal right now.
Because that means, well, let's go with your dollar price. That means out of the gate, let's say they do get it down to 100 million, and then you got to add back 19 million. So call that 120 million shares. If it starts out of the gate at $1, that's $120 million worth of market cap. Is that credible?
One thing I think what's going to happen, and I hear from investors, and they all are interested when it's going to trade, whatever. I think what's going to happen is as soon as it's able to trade, when it's able to trade, that price, it may not be for a long period of time, that price is going to spike, because you're going to get all interest, everybody in that stock at one moment as soon as it's able to trade. As soon as it spikes, they're going to do a ATM. They'll sell it right there.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Look, he's here for this money. He's just,
listen.
I think he's got a good heart, but he's here for the money. Just
I'm
like
okay with
Roger
that.
Rabbit, just like the guy with COSM, just like Jeremy Frommer. They all pop up in front because they need to raise money.
Right.
And as long as the stock to run up, and then they go to in the case of some companies, they go to a criminal to get it done. I don't think he's going to go to a criminal. So,
I don't.
But he's here for the same reason.
Yes, listen,
it's a transaction.
It's a stock market. It's a stock market. Everybody's trying to make a buck.
He needs the capital, so they hope to run it up. They'll hit it, and then, by the way, that doesn't mean the stock has to go down from that point. If the business plan is strong and implemented, and the revenues keep growing, and he has not done anything toxic, it doesn't have to go down. I do warn you, though, the existence of the toxic actors, and whatever the numbers I hear are truly large. I don't know if I can believe all of those numbers. There is an incentive maybe for them to keep selling the stock. but then I don't want to contradict. I don't want to talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think that those short shares are never going to pop up again. As I guess it's best to say I don't really know that those short shares are a
but
threat.
I take the position I have no idea. So I just don't include them. I just don't include them in the analysis. If it happens to pop, great. But I think, again, if you get a successful business in this pile of garbage, it'll influence the stock price. Everybody will get a boost. So that's kind of,
well, the success. I agree with that, a successful business, but I just painted the picture of a huge business.
Yeah.
Is that realistic? I don't know.
Don't know.
If that happens, this could be something really special.
Listen, if you saw like the communication that's going on in the background, it's really optimistic. But most things don't live up quite to our dreams, so it may not. But again, my view was this was a chance, and it seems like it's on the up and up, and maybe it'll be great. It has a possibility of being great, and at worst, it gives us a chance to get back some of our money. At worst.
Well, let me go through my list. I think you have crossed the first risk point, which now makes it worth looking at everything. I wasn't sure it was even going to get out of court, but it sounds like it has. So that's bravo. Now it's out of court. It sounds like they've chosen one horse to ride. As long as the jockey and the horse and the training and the growth and all that work out, that's the racehorse. So that sounds like that's going to happen. But and I guess based on the other thing is the deal, and it sounds from what you're describing, which I've said when I've talked about it, is because I thought it would be 85, 90, 95%. They're actually structuring it in a way, and I don't mean this to be the wrong word, but it's the only word I can think of in my sentence. It's almost a gift to us.
Yeah.
That they're allowing us to keep the ownership that we might out of the gate have.
Yeah, I was going to say up front, it shows generosity up front. Whether that stays in the future, we don't know.
But it won't. But it won't in the future. But I think that's okay.
That's okay.
I assume we'll be given an opportunity to participate in future deals.
And as long as it's used for like building a business as opposed to paying for massages,
it sounds like he's already
massages and mechanics and things like that. Then
look, I don't want to go back in my history and what I was asked to do, but I've given it a lot of thought. Two of the aspects that I would have done, he's already doing. One is I would have brought shares back to Treasury to use to raise money. He's done that. And I also would have made sure there's revenue to pay the overhead. And he's done that. Once you have those two things, you don't need to go to Lind Partners or the benchmark. And that is light years ahead. So
now one thing it's kind of a side issue. I don't know if you saw this, but Alpine is appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court. So
I don't find Alpine appealing at all.
Yeah, they're not. I agree with you, by the way. But they, that decision where there was an expedited expulsion attempt, and they appealed to the D.C. Circuit. The D.C. Circuit said, "You're right. The SEC should review this before you get expelled. Go back, go through the procedure, and see what happens." They appealed that. That's what's before the U.S. Supreme Court. They're challenging the existence of FINRA and everything like that.
But that has nothing to do with this.
Only that's Alpine. That's the only thing that's Alpine. And somebody communicated to me, and I don't know if it's true, but said they're doing on the order of $1 to $2 million a month.
Who?
Alpine. Right now. I don't know if that's accurate. It's kind of like a cryptic source, but that's what they said they're doing.
God, crime pays.
Well, they're spending, you know, millions of dollars in legal fees. Somebody's
Yeah, but if they're doing 1 to 2, 3 million a month, that's what you know about. You don't know the kickbacks
Oh, I
they're
know.
getting.
I know, but they're also spending like literally millions on legal fees. They can't afford that. Somebody else is, I think,
yeah, the
fronting the
criminals.
bill.
It's the same criminal law
Yeah.
firm, but to have Gibson Dunn both represent the SEC and the Kramers, it's got to be a conflict of interest. But
Oh,
somehow
it
this
is.
law firm rationalizes that and papers it up before the judge. And
Well, sometimes what they can do is they used to call it like
Chinese wall.
Well, I was going to say an Asian wall. You can't even use that word anymore. But they would
that
create
doesn't work. That might work in one case,
know.
But by the time you do it for a decade.
Yeah, what that means is they literally, let's say you were 99 people in your office and one person was like the person who had the conflict. 98 people would basically avoid talking to that one person. That would be the idea, and they would be walled off. And in reality, you know, come on, you know,
that's on that case. Then that person goes to the other
next
side
time.
in the next case.
I know.
And all the knowledge. I mean, it's
silly.
Anyway,
it's a silly proposition.
Al, let me ask you this. This is through receivership, except that it's, I don't know, subject to due diligence. And that's the wrong word. It's subject to.
Well, it is due diligence. I think you're right.
Subject to due diligence and the final negotiating points being agreed and accomplished.
Yeah.
Something like that. But right now, while that process happens, nobody else can come into the court. Maybe they can be a backup, but they can't come in and interfere with this deal.
No.
And okay, number one. Number two, Rieschman can't do it.
No.
And number three, Alpine can't do it.
No.
And the whole collection of criminals can't come in to say halt. So, okay, that's huge. Now, the one I had one other question on that I was leading to, and my brain doesn't work. The shares. Clearly, you do not know that the judge has washed away those naked shorts. You don't know. I don't, obviously. So it's possible they still exist.
Yes.
Can since there are no other parties now to object, including the criminals right now, can you see any way where somebody could come into the receiver, or I'm gonna give you a two-part question, or go to the SEC/FINRA and say, you know what, this company is going through this receivership. This is the situation. Your Honor, we want to swap 200 million shares at a penny. Is there any way that could happen?
I don't think so.
Or $1 or 50 cents. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think the judge would entertain that.
And they couldn't do it with FINRA or SEC.
No.
Sounds like there's a lot of positives here.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, I'm optimistic, but I'm realistic. And again, I assume it could all fall apart. It could be worth nothing. But it sounds like we have somebody in our court, and if they're to their word, and if they're successful, then we could be the beneficiaries of their success. And it would be a unique situation, because again, not many times where retail gets to kind of flip and get some.
Well, that's input. A lot of your work, and that whatever the attorney is in Arizona and the receiver, that's
plus all the shareholders. Listen, it's the shareholders.
And shareholders and the whales, I was going to say.
Yeah.
The guys
everybody. You know, you need a unique, and somebody paying the legal fees. You need all those.
That's
I mean, really, you need all those to go together. That's what makes it so hard to do, because you need all those factors together, and the bad guys know that, right? It's easier to do the bad guy side, much easier.
I think the best thing I've heard here is that the Forster. Well, the best thing I've heard is Richman is gone. He lost, and so Richman and the hedge fund that provided Rubari and the criminals are out as well. So that's all good. That's very positive. In other words, it got cleansed through the court. But the second thing that's really positive here, it sounds like Forster. I mean, look, what he's doing is smart. I'm saying I thought it through, and I'm not giving myself any credit for being smart. These two things he's doing is how I would have done it. I think it's great that he's going to have shares back into the treasury that he can then sell. That's exactly what I would have done. I also think it's great that he's made sure, or it looks like he has revenue to cover overhead. That way you never get desperate to go back to the pimp. And bravo. Those are the two things I would have done. So then you are starting out with a deal, it sounds like, that we get to keep at the jump. We've got nearly 100% of the common shares. Now, we don't have control. We don't know how it's going to end up. But that's a pretty good place to be. Very good place to be. It's not even a pretty good place.
Yeah.
It's a very good place.
Certainly compared to where we were before that, where we had
it could have been zero.
Nothing. We had nothing.
Zero.
Yeah.
And if you had a different kind of CEO or a different kind of company coming in, you could have 10% of the new company. We start out at 100%. That's not going to last.
No.
As soon as the financings come in, as soon as the employees are hired, that won't last. But it means, though, that there's two aspects of it. One is, as he raises money, he's not going to expand to the point of helping out the shorts. He's not going to expand the outstanding shares of Nuco to make it impossible for our stock price to go up. Included in that is that he does have a chance to get the stock to $1 for the NASDAQ listing that for some reason he wants. I don't know why anyone wants to go on NASDAQ, but it's a good place to go if you don't need to raise capital. So that's good. And then it sounds like the revenue will grow. He doesn't have to acquire anybody, really.
No.
The revenue is going to grow.
I don't know like their plans, so they may still have plans doing that. But I think, organically, as their business runs, their revenue should grow.
I think he's going to build a brokerage firm. I think he's going to build a Robin Hood, only for the good guys.
Retail.
And so it's a big number. He'll have. It's a story that's big enough to dream on, so he can raise money. It sounds good.
Yeah, it's like the Wizard of Oz. If it works out, it's great. And again, I just kind of look at, compared to where we started, we didn't have much, and now at least we have I think it's a real opportunity, and it's good enough. Good enough for me at this point.
Well, it's done. I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah.
Shareholders approved this, I assume.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we went out. We literally kind of sampled shareholders, and in the end, they were almost unanimously in support. So I felt like everybody was on board too. There's obviously some people that may not be, and obviously people had concerns about details that were perfectly fine. their concerns were perfectly justified.
So you say it's maybe end of June to be relisted. That's not too far away.
Yeah, but nobody's told me that, and that's not.
No, I know. I understand. Wait. These are just projections, not promises. But nobody can interrupt that process. That's the good thing too. So, yeah, that's he's got an exclusive period to work this out with GTII and vice versa.
Yep.
And that's it. All sounds good.
Yeah, and if it doesn't work, the flip side is then, the concern is then the SEC probably will delist them at some point in time. That's kind of the flip side of the equation.
I don't see the delisting or the shell or even GTII is relevant here. Forster wants the 15,000 shareholders.
Yeah.
And more than 15,000 shareholders, he wants motivated shareholders. And he wants the shareholders who have money. He wants to manage the money raises and treat the 15,000 shareholders as a good investor, treat them well, and he can go back to the well over and over again. And I mean, that's a very powerful thing for a good company that's growing. And it sounds like he's going to build a online retail client. He's going to have, I mean, conceptually, he could have 100 million retail subscribers worldwide. It could be bigger than that. All languages. He's going to have AI, so translation won't be a problem. This becomes a competitor to any brokerage firm out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just it's all technology. It depends on the technology. I was going to say it starts with 15,000, but if retail then sees you as kind of like the force of good for retail, then that 15,000 quickly grows way beyond that.
But that's what he's after, and the whales. I don't think he even cares about the short position, but maybe he knows how to make that work. That becomes a GME process of getting some money out. But he doesn't need that really to make this succeed.
Correct.
But what this does is jumpstart his business plan. If he went and bought, I don't know, just a shell that I'm aware of, VGLS, I think that's our symbol. He can't do it with that, but he can do it here with people that are engaged. And so that's because that's what you need. You need to get to that next level. Once you're there, I'm sure he'll remember us, but he won't need us anymore.
No, he won't need us anymore.
That's what you want.
That's fine. Hey, absolutely. We want him to get there.
Want with the company. So
I agree.
Well, this sounds a lot better than. In my own defense, I have to say there's a couple of points of risk there that are now gone, but they were real risk.
Well, I think there's still risk. I mean, I don't discount it at all. Because I don't know. Again, I don't know if any of this works. I don't know. I just think that the setup was pretty fair, and he seems legitimate, and that's a good. You can't, in our position, we can't ask for much more than that under these circumstances, and based upon
you're right about that. Yeah. I think the catch is going to be what he really means about this 190 million shares.
I agree.
I don't know, but my guess is that comes down to how much he's trying to raise, how in stages, and he clearly doesn't want to give the criminals the sense that the company's going to issue shares at low prices. So
right.
The more you can bring into the treasury, the better off, which is bravo to him. That would be exactly. The other thing, I suppose, you've indicated that these other parties can no longer stall it, but
anybody could try. I just don't see any means. Anybody could it'd be too late to object. So there's going to be a final order. It might be slightly different than this order. So could somebody say, you know, there's change, whatever? Could they? Yes. The judge is not going to grant it. He'll just sign off on it. But anything's theoretically possible, but I don't consider it a real threat.
Yeah. Yeah. The only, I mean, you're right. There's still risks, but I can't see why they're not going to agree this deal. Obviously, once he has control, you're hoping he is the
man he says he is,
the chameleon or the wolf,
yes,
or the sheep, yes, or whatever that he claims to be, or the striped tiger that he claims to be. But
he's an interesting guy. He's an interesting guy. He was a I guess a PGA pro, but he wasn't good enough to play on the professional golf tour. But that was his you know, his skill set. And then from there he got involved in
how old
business.
Is he?
You know, that's a tough one to say. Us old 40s, guys trying
50s, 60s.
I hope I don't say the wrong one. I'd say 40s, 40s, 40s to 50s, but I could be 10 years off.
I was going to throw out the one professional guy I know and met, but it's older than that. So
Who's that?
Well, one of my managers was Jordan Ball, and his, oh gosh, it was either his brother or his cousin. I think it may have been his brother, was a professional, and Jordan took me out to. They had the PGA here in Maryland or in DC, and I went out and I don't play golf, but I got to meet a bunch of the golfers. It's a great lifestyle, great people, and I wish I knew how to play, but
never too late. Never too late. Very frustrating, but never too late.
And poor Jordan, he ended up he had a great sense of humor. Great guy. He had a great swing, but he ended up with sort of arthritis in his ankles.
Oh,
and he couldn't even walk up and down this gently sloping hill. It's just how cruel the body can be at some.
Yeah, you know, it's funny that you say that, because I was thinking that too today, because somebody asked me a question. You don't realize, like, you know, especially with big people, it's the bottom. It's like your feet. That's where it all starts. You need that. You can't even walk at some point in time.
Yeah, I suffer from gout, so I know.
I see that. I see that. My brother-in-law has that also. So I
try not to complain about it, but it means I'm not much of an athlete. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, we can go through the questions. Let's.
I have about 10.
Let's start
about 10 minutes.
Last in, first out, and see what it is. He looks 40s.
Okay.
Smart guy. All right, Jeffrey. I feel blessed that I've watched this entire interview without a bad joke. I mean, one of Richard's jokes. Matt E. Don't know if it's good or bad, but need to look at an even level, not all positive. I don't know. Matt, what I just heard is not only better than I would have expected, it's almost all shareholders could ask for. I mean, I think Richard used a word that's right. I think it's very generous, at least at the jump, at the jump. Not saying his comments were valid or negative, but he refused any positives. I guess he's talking about me.
I don't know. Could be either one.
That was my thing the other day. William was the last hurdle to having warm fuzzies. Well, I'm sorry I'm the last hurdle, but David, for me, and I don't mean to talk totally, I let Richard talk, but I don't think I know all the details to say that we're through the last hurdles. I'll let Richard say what he wants to say.
I agree. I think we have to get those shares back before we can finish this.
One can't help being a little encouraged. Yes, that's true. I still think Korean Yoon, and I stand by this, although this has better than I would have thought. I think to meaningfully participate in so-called getting your money back, at least quickly, you're probably going to have to buy into a new offering or two. That's my guess, but we don't know. We don't know. If we keep a third of the company and he's using shares that are existing and it goes to $1, you're talking a $300 million company. I can't do it in my head. It's a waste of time. But I think with a fast growing internet or online company with revenues that grow rapidly, 300 million is achievable. So
yeah, I was going to say also, if if the whole obviously AI is huge now. We don't know what it's going to be in the future, but it could be substantially bigger. It might be something that we can't even estimate.
Yeah, that's true. We need, I think Richard would agree, particularly since he's an attorney, we need more information. We need to know more. But I cannot believe and am pleasantly surprised. Actually, I'm really think it's amazing that the initial request is just control.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that's actually huge. It doesn't mean, don't get me wrong, and I want people to be careful about running out and buying the stock right now. Or
luckily they can't.
Well, so some people are somehow doing it.
Yeah, but very small numbers. But most people, I think, almost all shareholders can't. But I understand. Nothing's been established, so
the stock was trading sort of 40 cents down to 10 cents before this final experience. So I suppose 10, 20, 30, 40 cents.
I think it
might be reasonable for everything that's going on.
Yeah, I think it was trading. I mean, it's not trading, but I think it was moving at like 12 cents yesterday.
How do you feel about Doge SEC team affecting GTI and MMTLP? I'll let Richard answer that.
My understanding is that the SEC is looking at MMTLP. I don't know if they're looking at GTII. I know I asked Doge to look into GTII and Alpine.
I guess my reaction is if it gets to Elon Musk first, he's impulsive enough to get one of these fixed. But if it takes longer and the magnitude of the issue comes across, it may take a while.
Yes.
You're welcome, Richard. Thank you to Richard. We can't even put anything in the thread to help them answer their own stupid questions because neither of them can see. Stupid idiots. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I can see, but just not as well as I had hoped to. There's no question there. Williams' off-the-cuff jokes are better than Richard's rehearsed jokes.
Nice.
That, I think, Terry, you should have taken time to put up because you're going to hurt Richard's feelings.
No.
And we all know that. I hope William has banned Richard from telling jokes. No, he's welcome to tell jokes. The good thing about his jokes, he doesn't care about the reaction. I think he prefers a groan to a laugh.
It's acceptable. Actually, a laugh is shocking sometimes.
How many shares minimum must one be considered? I don't, it's not the shares. It's the, unpleasant. Look, I don't know. Richard doesn't know, but I can't believe they're going to start with 2 million, but they might. Look, and this is something Richard might know, but you can do some raises. I don't know if the cutoff's $1 million or 2 million or what, but there's a level at which you can do raises where you don't have to go through the whole rigmarole of the SEC filing and
Right.
a vote and all that. To my memory, it cuts off at $1 million, but it might be 2 million. It might be 5 million. I don't know. And if I were doing it, which it sounds like this guy has a similar outlook, why not just raise $1 million? Why not just raise 2 million, get it in and get going, and then do it again, then do it again. Get the value up a bit as you're raising revenues.
Yeah, because you want to raise it higher value. I mean, you want to raise.
No kidding. Yeah. And I don't know anything about this business, but he may not have his whole team. He may not have his, some system that goes out in the internet and brings in customers. But as he raises $1 million, 2 million, he gets it.
Yeah.
And then that grows. So what he wants to do, and I'm not doing his thinking. He knows this. He's smart enough. You just want to issue enough shares, and they're already in the treasury anyway. It's not going to dilute us. Enough shares to grow to create the value, and then you issue more at that next value, and then more at the next value.
Yeah.
It's a dance. It's an art. It's not a perfection. So.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to raise money at 4 cents.
No, and that's what the criminals do, or that's what, when you're and I'm sorry, my voice is going up. That's what a company like the guy from MMAT, who I never met, I don't know him, George, I think his name is. I admire him for what he built, but he doesn't know Wall Street, and he shouldn't have to.
George Pelicar.
But anything he invents, the criminals drive down his stock, but he needs to raise money to pay for the foreman, to pay for the guards,
everything,
to pay for the D&O, to pay for the electricity, to pay for the testing, to pay for the acid, to pay for the silk. And you know what? He has no choice but to issue the shares at shit. This guy, Forster, is doing it, from what I hear, the exact way I would do it. And I'm not saying I'm a genius. There's nothing special about me. But what I am saying is he's not going to put his company to be vulnerable, so he has to go raise money at any price.
Yeah. And demonstrated by, he also wasn't going to make his company vulnerable by not having control from day one and letting Reichman and his clan have any power.
Richman. Do you think Richman was in bed with the Kramers from the jump?
I thought about that, because I wonder, certain times, but all I know is that I asked somebody whether they thought he had money now, and they think that he had a pretty expensive lifestyle, and he's probably pissed away, most of the money.
I think he's the guy that bought into an argument from. Anyway, I know more of the players here, but I don't want to talk. But I think the argument was, look, we can make this company squeeze, and it happened. It went to $1 billion, I guess, in market.
I'm sure he did fine.
and then it collapses, and I think he wanted to spend what he lost, and so he stole it. I don't know, but I also think it's possible, and I'm not stating this as a truth, I'm stating it as a query. It's possible he was in on it from the start, and he's getting kickbacks from the criminals and some of the costs that he's doing. Maybe that's why he felt so free to give money to the charity, give money to his daughter. I don't know.
Yeah, I think what happens is he had 40 years. He was running the company. He ran it as he chose. Nobody called him, and he didn't think he was ever going to be called up. He had no reason to suspect.
Well, that's
so you act so, because if you examine his conduct, you can't justify it. So he wasn't even think it was going to be.
And I think that's where you and JR and some others have come in. People here.
Big JR or little JR?
They didn't expect it. No,
I did. Big JR or little JR?
His name begins with a B.
I know. That's a confusing one for you. I know. Those JRs.
They're both bigger than I am. GTI is a SPAC?
No.
if AIversity uses its technology to get us information they need, it will itself show its capabilities. All right, that's
Yes.
the point. Do you think if they let us use it, it'll showcase their capabilities?
I think that's the idea for us, is to be able to test it out.
And you start with 15,000, you multiply, we tell 2 friends, that's 30, and then it's 45. We all tell another 2 friends, that's 9, it's smart strategy.
Yeah. Just has to be a good product. This has to be a good product.
So Aaron, thanks you for a much needed discussion.
Thank you.
Bronx Eye Care, that's the one.
Okay.
Thank you. What's next? Yeah, they brought in Bronx Eye Care. That's the one. Forster has announced he's researching brokerage built to fight. Yeah, these are all ideas that I've wanted to do. It just, I guess he's got a product, and anyway, good for him, because this is exactly for me, for the last many years, is exactly what I'd like to do. And it sounds like he's got it's funny. I assume I have these good motives. I don't know. I also assume that I'm capable of all the bad things that God has to forgive. But we have to remember, if we can assume that we have good motives, other people can too.
Yeah.
William is asking the hard questions, which most of us do not even think of. I'm not sure I asked all of them, because I lost track. Jeffrey, I reserve the right to still come up with a question or two. I tried to write everything down. I tried to listen to Richard.
It's hard,
but
that's hard.
I think Richard answered everything and shared everything. With control of preferred shares, they could issue dividends to preferred shareholders only. Absolutely, and I'm going to presume Richard doesn't know the answer, because I don't think he's a securities attorney. But having said that, I think he knows more about it than I do. But in my experience, these cocky guys come in from a venture capital fund or a hedge fund, and they'll come in with a little bit of money and take control of a company with preferred shares.
Yeah,
it's higher in the cap table, but that's almost irrelevant. By having voting control, they can do anything.
Yeah. And, just interesting point, in the agreement as it stands now, it actually defines the dividend, and it refers to the preferred B relative to the common. And so it actually locks in so it says that the preferred B get 2x the common dividend, but it's locked. So there's only 1,000 preferred B shares. So if the common got $1 a share, the preferred get $2 a share. It's $2,000.
But I assume that also applies to shares.
No, just the dividend.
Oh, just cash. Okay.
Just the dividend. Yeah. That's why, as of now, this is not really an issue. Now, once they're in business, they could obviously change everything. But as of now, they've actually defined how the dividend.
Well, let me just ask that again. You just presented it one way, but if they issued a dividend to common, let's use $1. I know it's extreme, but let's say they issued $1 to common. That would be, in our example, going back to our perfect example, $120 million. Not so the preferred would get 240 million first.
No, they get 2,000. There's only 1,000 preferred shares. The way it's written now is they get 2x. That's what
I'm asking.
So do
they get 2x of the total?
Yeah, it doesn't say
distribution or the per share distribution. I bet if you reread it, it's going to be the global distribution.
It didn't say total and doesn't say global. So maybe that's an issue.
All right.
It's a good issue. Good issue. I will take it up.
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I've
Yeah,
never seen the document.
yeah, and of course, you know, and realistically, they have voting control, so they could do it. You know, if they
What's
wanted.
your joke of the day?
I'm not going to say a joke. I'm on strike today. No jokes today.
Richard is a man of the people.
Okay, I don't. I didn't think orthopedic shoes would help, but I stand corrected.
That's like the joke Norm Macdonald said. A podium, that's a product I can really stand behind.
There you go.
Now,
There
the
you
fact is, a podium is what you stand on.
Yes.
It's the lectern you stand behind, but you get the joke.
Yeah, he was very good.
He also said that, I think where I would start our nation's war on terror. Now, he said, where we should start our war on terror is our nation's haunted houses. He was just so goofy.
Yeah, he was.
When or if they get the shares back, will that move the price of the stock up?
Once it starts, I think it. Yeah, it will. But until it starts to trade, that's what's going to move the stock up.
I think. I hate to say it. I think the stock is going to go up. I think everybody listening, out of the 15,000, everyone's going to get excited. They're going to buy more shares. I don't think there's anybody that's going to be selling. So until that burst of enthusiasm is sated, the stock's going to go up.
Yeah, it's also, you know, realistically, everybody's in the hole. So people are going to want to get back to, they may not get there, but they're going to want to get back closer to even before they dump. So I think there has to be some movement.
And I think he's going to come out talking to everybody. He is a salesman, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And so he's going to raise money and everybody's going to get excited. I don't think the shorts are going to be there in the initial stages of that, but at some point, whether or not it's the criminals who caused all this, or it's just opportunistic day traders, they'll try. Let me give an example. Let's say right now it's trading at 11 cents. It starts trading again. It's going to run to 60, 70 cents. And then it kind of, maybe the volume, it pause. I think there'll be day traders to try to get it down.
Yeah, and probably so. It's their business, right? That's just a business strategy. So I wouldn't be surprised either. So the only thing I don't know is if, you know, in the current SEC, we're not quite at the current SEC because he hasn't been confirmed yet. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the, you know, if practices are going to change. So I don't know if like people are going to stop.
They won't.
Yeah, I know. I presume until they're caught, they won't either. But I'm hoping for the best.
They're firing most of the SEC, which I don't. I've gone in front of that SEC so often. I don't know how more empty they could make that building, but
yeah, they actually just need a competent group of people to do the job.
They need a leader.
They need something. They probably need better.
They need to get rid of the revolving door aspect.
Yeah.
They have to make it a career, like being a diplomat, where you come in early, you graduate as ambassador, and then maybe you can. You're already ancient anyway. You can go do your best to be on a board, but you shouldn't be able to spin out after 2 years.
Yeah, you got to pay them. Probably got to pay them more, and you probably got to limit their future opportunities.
So, Gary, I think what's going to happen with Mr. Forster, because it sounds like he's got a good head and a good strategy, and he knows what he needs. All of these companies, every single one of them, need a core shareholder base they can go to. And if those shareholders are treated well, it's money. And that's what he needs. And that jump starts him against any competition. If he's smart enough to know that, he's going to be smart enough to know that between now and Richard's June or whenever, probably I don't forget Forster's first name. John
John
is gonna come up with a document to raise money. Now, if I were doing it, I'd raise it from you. I wouldn't use a so-called investment banker. I wouldn't use a Jeffrey Easton or Ari Rubinstein, whoever that guy is at Yorkville. I would do it directly, and I would probably start with $1 million and then do another million to whatever he's got in mind. But I would have that ready to go. So when that stock goes up, maybe to 60, 70 cents, I would take it.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll go to $1.20. And before you guys get upset, let's say it ran to a really high number and he popped the bubble and then it comes back down for a while. You got to remember, as shareholders, that means for the first time you'll be in a stock where the CEO is able to use the shares as currency. The shares got ahead of themselves, so he sold them. Then he brings in the money and he does something good, I presume, since he's already got his G&A covered, to make the revenue grow, to make the metrics grow. It's how it's done. It's how it's done. And so let's say it goes to $1.20 and he sells stock and it comes back down to 70 cents. Oh God, he sold it. Don't be that way, based on what I'm hearing, because then that money will allow him to grow the other metrics, and maybe the stock on the next run runs to, I'm making the numbers up, don't believe, but maybe it runs to $3. That's all I'm saying. So
unfortunately, I have to dip out now. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of talk about it. I hope there was some useful information in there. And again, I'm sorry about Lucky. I liked Lucky.
Lucky was a good boy. Let me just go through the new questions.
Okay.
Raise capital through warrants. John Foster has a lot of big contacts. I woke up one day. All right, I missed that one. William was pissed that day when Fngr was 67. A hand posted big fund out of Asia. Okay. All right, so I'm wasting your time there. Boo jokes. Reichman was presented with deals that could have worked. He didn't close because he didn't want people looking under the hood.
Yeah.
Maybe you can comment on that.
No, I think he couldn't have withstood an audit.
Ah. So he was criminal from the start. Maybe. Not. That's not a statement of accusation.
No, but at some point in time, you got to know what's going on, right?
Well, you would think so.
Yeah, you would think so.
Well, anyway, Lucky was a great boy. I'm sure Dante was too.
He was. Anyway, I'm sorry for your loss, and
thank you.
I can
sorry for yours.
It. Thank you also. And again, I hope that this provides helpful information. And anybody has questions, reach out to the receiver or the Receivers Council if they have questions directly, or myself. JR and I try to kind of stay on top of it. So if anything new we'll pop it out. I have a new Twitter address because my account got locked out, whatever. It's at Not Legal Advice, one word. So you could follow me there. And thanks for the time and being able to discuss it with you. And hopefully we'll do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Trento might come in after.
You never know.
Could be. But I think Trento maybe, you don't want to mix stories, but maybe. Anyway. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know how to turn it off. So
I'll leave. Thanks for thanks for the opportunity. Take care.
All right. It's 4:00. Ham called. Let me put Ham on and I'm going to go, while he talks, I'm going to go use the restroom.
What's happening, Bill?
I'm still live. I have to go use the loo. So if you want to talk to people, you can quickly.
I get it. Put them on. Good. I'll talk.
Yeah, I'm going to step away for 2 minutes.
Take your time. Make sure you wash your hands.
I will. Go ahead.
Is everyone there?
Yeah, you're there.
Oh, okay. So So at the end of the day, I've been hearing out of the UK that London, that people are in Hong Kong are starting to buy Fngr, and they've been saying it's showtime. I had told the details I have. I'll try to get more as I go along. Showtime can mean anything. Are they putting on a Broadway production? I don't know. Let's see what happens. But I think it's interesting how the stock turned up with the market down 700. And I had a friend of mine that bought 10,000, and he wanted to pay 119. They sold him to at 118 and a half. And he goes, "Oh, they shorted it to me." I said, "Well, who cares who's selling it to you, as long as you're able to buy it?" These guys always want to create liquidity events, and when they plug it at low levels, they have to buy it back at high levels. That's just how it goes. I'm sure today's short interest is after there was a big wash early in the day, like a 50 or 60,000 share wash. I'm sure the short interest late in the day was all the buying. It went from 260 to 370 or something like that, 380. And it was even a little low, about 2.25, 230. It's like 140,000 shares traded in the last half hour, I think, something like that. That was all buying, and obviously that would be naked shorted stuff. So again, that will count in that number that gentleman puts up, that lazy cat, whatever his name is. He puts up that data later. Listen, people, we're fighting so much fraud. It's unbelievable. Just want to let you know that I did post this morning to buy those stocks. I said that the video was turning up and the market rallied. If you buy those dips and sell those rips, you can always make money. All right, I keep trying to tell you that. You don't have to be an investor. I have no idea what NVIDIA's going to do, if their chips are good, bad, indifference. I can just tell that when stocks go down to a certain level, Apple turned up, IBM turned up, I posted it, UNH turned up, McDonald's turned up, and I was scooting around, and my play would have been NVIDIA. I would have bought it. I would have probably made $1.50. It ran up $5. That's not my business. $1.50 would have been great. If I bought 1,000 shares or 10,000 shares, you make a great day. These are the type of days that are great for trading and making money. And this is what you need to look at. Listen, I'm a believer in finding a company, but if the market, if the SEC and no one does their job and allows criminals to run the asylum here, it's tough to be an investor. Martin Shen does a great job every time he comes on. Every time he does an interview, he's straightforward. He tells everybody. And what does he get pissed on for? Because the Lynn partners and their buddies are shorting the stock. It's just amazing that these guys are allowed to continue. So learning how to trade, to me, is where everybody should start to focus on versus investing. Unless Trump and someone comes out and smashes the naked short sellers, you got to learn these other little tricks to make a living from it. All right? Because don't get me wrong, if you find a great company, you can make a lot of money when you're right. But I don't want to be right fighting criminals and try to be right at the same time. It's too hard. I'm a believer in that. I could trade. I could show you that. I could do it all day long, try to nickel and dime. I just don't want to do it. But I may have to go back to trying to just scalp and make 500, 1,000 a day. And I'll make 20,000 a month, and I'll go enjoy my life. And no more. I don't need to listen to a conference call. I don't give a shit what anybody does. It's just numbers. That's what I'm great at. Getting into the investment world, I decided to do it. And I've been nothing but a horror show. The SEC doing the opposite. Fngr doing the opposite. They trapped and killed the people in MMCLP. GameStop, they shut the buy button off. Northwest Bio, they shut the buy button off. I mean, it's just, and the only stocks that go up are the brokerage stocks. Even getting smashed down, they're still way up. Interactive Brokers went to over $200. Robinhood went from 10 to 50. They don't do anything. Robinhood's taking your orders, selling them to Citadel, and now all of a sudden they got all these wonderful products to sell you. They're doing nothing. It's garbage. But yet their stocks never go down. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're going down now, but I'll take my stock going from 10 to 50, get out at 50. I don't give a shit what happens to it. But here it is, these funds buy it. Once they like it, that's it. They go for it. And they're always protected with the brokerage stocks. That's why I told Ryan Cohen, cut the shit. Don't buy Bitcoin. Just go open a brokerage firm. Become them. But, I have no say, so it is what it is. William, you back?
I'm back. I washed my hands, ate an orange.
All right. I just wanted to give you an update what I saw in the close. Market down 700. Finger motion was up 8 cents. A nice volume. GBUX, after all the assaults and this, the volume, it stopped trading for 80% of the day, except when they do the fake crosses. And that's what they did today. They did a couple of big crosses. I put it down. So where are they going? They changed in the market makers a little bit. ASCM was behind the low offer today. They put, I think it was CSTI, they put them down there for 100 shares at 410. And ASCM is back there at 412 for 100 shares right behind it. They tried to shake us off their trail. Okay, maybe that makes sense, everybody. They changed the getaway car. Instead of using ASCM, they're using CSTI. That is an old Wall Street trick.
I mean, at the end of the day, it is the end of the day, but at the end of the day, $4 isn't bad for Gbux on one day. I mean, it's all right.
No, listen, nothing goes up in a straight line. Okay, I can't tell you how to trade. That's not my business. I told you I'm not selling the stock that I have, and I'm going to sit there and wait. That's what I'm going to do. When it spikes up, if you paid 4 and it goes to 7, if you want to sell half of it, do whatever you like. This isn't lockdown securities, as we call it. You can do whatever you like. I'm diamond hands, none of that nonsense. Yeah. Anyway, William, I'm tired. I'm sorry, guys. Too. I got to go pack and get ready to get the hell out of here. But listen, have a great week, and all signs point to the moon for us. All right, everybody, have a great day.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
Finger motions up 10 cents to 126. I want to see what Nixx is doing. Nixx is up 5 cents. I want to see what Rlaif is doing. Well, RLAIF. Rlaif. It's up a tiny bit. All right. I don't know what else to talk to you guys about. I didn't expect Richard to be available. I did want to talk about, I had a list, and there's one last thing. I had an article on silver, which unfortunately I can't find. Earlier I couldn't find. Let me see if I can right now. I mean, it's all right. We can do it another day, but I continue to think the single most important thing you can do, I can't find it, is, and somebody on the call, CC, congratulations, 2 bags of junk silver, what John points out is constitutional silver. That's fantastic. That should be about 140 ounces, I think. Well, it depends on how big the bag is, I guess. But that's great. That's great. But I think the biggest, most important thing you can do is buy 100 ounces, just 100 ounces of silver. He was talking about the porn on the Zoom call, which I understand, but this movie that won the Best Picture, I guess it's not porn only compared to what porn is, how available porn is. All right, so now what? Rather than, unless you guys have a question, I don't know what to go over. My reaction to what I heard from Richard is what he described is really attractive to GTII shareholders, but I caution that it's not, um, you know, it's not finalized. And, but what I like hearing, this guy Foster, because he's doing it the way I do it, it implies to me that he's going to do it after he has control the way I would do it. I'm not trying to say anything good about myself. I'm just saying that I think he's probably going to implement a strategy that can create value for GTII shareholders. I think we're gonna, if we really want to benefit from a new story, a new opportunity, we'll have to put up more money. On the other hand, maybe we just sit with what we have. But Richard's correct. The alternative was oblivion. So given that, most people would come in and try to take everything. But I think this gentleman seems to recognize the value of treating 15,000 shareholders. And I didn't know that number. I looked it up the other day and it was 800. So that's fantastic. He knows the value of that. He'll have everybody's name and address and basically amount of investment. So he'll know who's the best investors. It's a real jumpstart for him too. He's buying a prospect list, which is good for him. Great show, William. Thank you. See, you're welcome. Akira Nova, what's wrong with you, William? So argumentative. SMH. Shut my. So my. I don't know what SMH means. Well, I'm sure Akira Nova, based on this tweet that you've just put here, that you can be pretty argumentative in your life too, when it matters. I'm not sure what this is that I'm doing anymore, but for, I don't know, I hate to say 30 years, I've been doing this. And the times that I didn't ask questions and I waited later, usually the times I lost a lot of money. But the fact is, you're right. Being argumentative doesn't necessarily work either. Maybe it's best just to take things at face value and not to ask any questions. You know, I just don't think people live that way. So I'm sorry I came across as argumentative. I'm sorry I was argumentative. I'm sorry I am argumentative. I'm sorry I'm so argumentative, but I'm going to move on. I learn something every day. I doubt you've learned a lot from, I think you learn a lot from him, but I don't know how much I give. I bet you're pretty wise. And, back to Akira's point, I don't know how I ever learned without asking questions. I suppose it's argumentative. I don't know. I don't know if it's argumentative, but anyway, I learn a lot here too. It's not a one-way street. Too bad GTI is still restricted. Please don't get overly excited yet. We're not there yet. If I were doing it and I had enough revenue to cover my overhead, I probably would this year raise $1 million the first time, maybe the second, whatever the limit is of a small raise. And then I would let the system, my computerized system, whatever product it is, grow so I have stable revenues. But he's going to have, out of 15,000 shareholders, I bet he gets 200 or 300, maybe 500, 600 that are very valuable to him. And I would take the time to design an investment, maybe for the end of the year, beginning of next year, at much higher prices. So it is possible, Korean Yoon, that he's going to follow a path that, you're right, it's too bad it's still restricted. But I don't think we're 100% there. I think you'll have a chance to buy. And particularly if you already own shares. I don't have access to the offer. I don't have the document. I don't know anything. I did look at the website for AIversity. And let me just check before I say anything, because it might have changed. Darn it. Okay, there it is. .io. All right, .io. Empowering smarter financial systems with real-time AI, EdTech, Traders GPT, Say Anything, San Juan, Puerto Rico. I don't know. Well, we'll see if it has revenues. We'll see if it has revenues. I downloaded Gbux app and tried to sign up. I think, Justin, what I remember reading is that it was in like a beta stage or something. So it might be invitation only. I don't know. But what I've heard about Gbux is the 100 million coming in, 200 million, rumored another 100. And it's in the press release. It's for acquisitions. So I'm not sure that this app is going to be the main driving force of Gbux. But I don't know. I don't know. Shaking my head. That's SMH, shaking my head. So Akira Nova, what is wrong with you, William? So argumentative, shaking my head. Well, I'll try to do better next time. $1 is better than zero. Yeah, but a dollar is just what we talked about. There's no clear path to a dollar. And if we all jump in the way we jumped in maybe in the first time for GTII, or the way we jumped into COSM, or the way we jumped into CRTD, or the way we jumped into GNS, or the way we jumped into GME or MULN, there can be a volume of running up in money that starts really pouring in. But as soon as a company or a investment bank punctures it, it can be down. It does not sound like that's going to happen here. But, I think Richard admitted that he doesn't know everything. And I certainly more than admit, I have no idea what the deal is. Richard knows a lot more about it. He was very thorough in what he described, but I have no idea what it is. But I don't think I know enough to say the stock's going to be worth $1. Could be, though. Could be. Thank you for all you do and for the knowledge and wisdom. You're welcome, but thank you for even listening to me. As a former professor, teacher, asking questions is paramount. So is a theater group. So are two horses riding together. That's a paramount. Yeah, I think asking questions is important. I think this system here doesn't work very well is I can't hear, I can't listen that much. So I did try when Richard started talking to really listen to what he said. And there were a couple of points where I think there was a miscommunication, but as an example, I'm not picking a fight, but he texted here. He said, "Do you want me to come on?" I said, "Sure." And then he said, "Well, wait a minute, you wanted me on here." Well, I guess that's technically true. Anyway, doesn't matter. I didn't want to get into an argument. So I'm glad we got over that. I meant for others to buy GTII. I already have a ton. I always enjoy lowering my cost basis. Look, I think what Richard described is truly much better than I expected. But my sort of Merrill Lynch brain, and the reason I say that, there was one other person in particular, but we heard so many pitches, so many deals, so much, and like Korean Yoon says, I always ask the questions, and it wasn't, but I wasn't the only one. There's one other woman that did, and she was sharp with it, and others too. I'm not, but what I learned also is you have to listen. You can't just, and I wasn't always good at that. I would jump up and ask a question. I had a good friend. He was great when he would just control the room when he asked a question. He was great. I miss him. But anyway, all right. I don't know what else to talk about. I do think that I'll just go through the stocks quickly with my opinion. I think finger motion is an opportunity to buy or add positions or trade. Remember, when you, I tried to talk about that Sunday. What gets confusing is everybody has different reasons. Like Korean Yoon has a ton, so that's a different move. That's a longer term investment. Other people come on to day trade, and a friend of mine who may or may not be listening, I don't know, he taught me that when you have a trade, I can remember out in California sitting, he had a Apple computer back before anybody had those kind of things, and he ran his own money and he had a chart and he's all very smart about all that. But I remember him pointing at something and saying it, and it might have been over the phone later. I might be mixing the two memories, but I remember him saying, time kills trades. And he's right. I've thought about it forever since then. He happens to be the person I heard that from. But time does kill trades. So if you're a day trader or you have a short-term objective, sometimes you have to get out and you didn't make money. But if you're investing in something, which means I would call an investment longer than 6 months is your, now anyway, is your time frame. A year. Warren Buffett invests for 5 years, 10 years, forever. And the stock comes back, you buy more. On the other hand, I think we're near the top of this particular bull market. Today's action I didn't see the prices. Ham seems to think that the stock reversed. The stock market reversed. I don't know what he said exactly. But my opinion of the market is you're going to see, I have a caveat, but let me finish my sentence first, that you're going to see the markets, all indices, all of these stocks go to highs you don't believe. And it's just going to get so exciting. And everybody's going to have a reason for it. There's money, America's back, whatever. But I think you're going to see a resumption of the upward trend in everything, including the 7 stocks that brung us here. I have the numbers. I don't know where they are. I have to find it. But basically, the indices, I think, can go up 25, 30, 40% in a matter of 3 to 6 months or less. The only caveat I have to that is if the bond market gives up the ghost. And that's confidence. That's confidence, I guess, in Trump. That's confidence in the dollar. That's confidence in our stock markets, our bond markets, our precious metals, etc. Which, by the way, is one reason I don't think Trump's going to go pell-mell, Hulk smash against all the markets on settling the trades. I just don't see it. He cannot afford to have foreigners remove their capital. Anyway, it gets hard to think through all the various potentials. I remember Professor Barry in economics class, and my friend might have been, I can't remember, but he was he was this guy. He'd get all worked up with, it was chalkboards, and he asked one question. It was an economics class that went on for an hour and a half, And I was sitting writing everything he wrote. And he's drawing the formulae and he's talking and he's pointing to the board and turning around to us. And there's chalk on his elbow. And then he spends most of the time looking right at the board. And with about 1 minute to go, he gets at the end of his long hour and a half and he goes, I can't remember his voice. I can't remember the way he spoke, but he gets at the end. He says, wait a minute, that's not right. That's not the right answer. And so we're all sitting there, the bell rings and he yells, forget everything I said today. So that's what happens when you try to think through all the potentials of an economic situation. But I think the stock market has this huge blow off top, and then the 45, 44-year bull market is over with. Probably they'll pull it down rapidly. I'm talking about like the guy that came on yesterday. He said, oh my gosh, the market's down 2.5%. That's not going to be what it is. If I'm right and the Dow goes to 60,000, 65,000, and then it stops and it corrects, it's conceivable you could be down 6,000 points in a day, 9,000 points in a day. And that's going to frighten everybody. You'll never have experienced anything like that. And it could come down further over the next days. I have a feeling that that's when the Fed and the Treasury and everybody starts pulling out all the stops to re-liquefy and get asset prices up again. Deflation is really what the Fed and the government does not want to go through. Deflation, if it goes on too long, is depression. And depression is all the gimmicks that monetary authorities have don't work in a depression. War does, I guess, but it's tough. So I think there'll then be one last shot at just expanding the Fed's balance sheet. One guy I follow says it'll go to 20 trillion. Another guy just says they'll just print everything. I think the Fed's balance sheet could go to 40 to 50 trillion. My point is, this will be the last chance for the perfects up there to print our money, collect their fees, and then go get hard assets before I think it'll be a generational collapse. When the Fed comes in to re-liquefy, I don't think the indices will go back to those highs. It'll give you a chance to get out, and then I think it's over for 2 decades, a whole 1 or 2 generations. But I look, it's not going to happen in 1 day or 1 week or a month. But during that time, I think you have to have a plan of what you want to do. One of my plans is to own silver, gold, income producing assets, particularly the income that's related to a commodity which can't really change in value except perhaps in a population collapse or a real depression. For example, oil and gas, right? And just go to a gasoline. Right out here, gasoline is $3.20. It's the most mispriced asset in history, but it's out there. Call it $3. Well, if the dollar is going to collapse, and it's going to take, for the sake of argument, $30 to buy things maybe it takes $30 to buy that gallon of gas because of inflation, because of loss of purchasing power. If my income source is coming from gasoline, it's a push. Anyway, all right. So let's go through them. Fngr motion, basically $1.20. I think you've got 3 weeks to decide what you want to do, but build a position. It could be next week. It could take 6 to 8 weeks for it all to play out. My own opinion is the stock could go to $3, $4, $5. Ham, of course, is saying, that it has the potential to kick in with a big squeeze. That's possible, but I'm telling you about it now as a nice entry point, because I think it's done with its sell-off. I think there's 3 or 4 or 5 things coming, and you can double or triple your money. Do you call that an investment or a trade? I don't know. I think we have to see what the news is, but I would be tempted to trade it and then try to get back in, but I don't know. Well, let's hold that decision for later. But Fngr motion is, I think, an excellent time to buy. Gbux, today's action in Gbux, kind of, it's not enough for me. I'm an idiot with charts. It's not enough there to see, but it kind of looks like that was what we used to call capitulation. That was the sell-off, and it snapped back, and it should continue to run up. But the difference is that the selling never really stops. They just keep selling counterfeit shares. There is no capitulation. But that's what it feels like to me. Gbux, I think, is a good time to buy it, add to your position, and I think it could trade up and surpass its highs. I think Gbux could go to $20 and higher. To me, that's purely a trade. Purely a trade. I don't care what the story is. 100 million this, acquiring that. I don't care. It's just a trade. But I think it's a good time to buy in it. Is it risky? Yes, it's risky. But the risk reward right now, it's a good entry point there as well. And then Nixx. I forgot what it closed at, but I think Nixx at $1.80 is risky, because 3 times, at least twice, but maybe 3 times before, they've tried to get that thing to run. But it looks like, to me, it's a battle between longs of some kind and the shorts. So I think Nixie is worth buying and seeing what happens. I think they're going to turn on the volume to buy again. I bet you see 100 million shares trade one day or more. It's a similar story. Like Fngr, like Gbux, like Nixie, the most conservative expectation is that you get 2, 3, 4 times your money. Could it do more? Sure. But I think if Nixie went to 8 or 10 or 12, why not? And then my favorite is Railtown, RLAIF. Think of this about Railtown. It's $26. They made 26 cents. They made their announcements 3 weeks ago, basically saying, hey, we're buying this company. What does that do? That puts a quiet period in. That puts a period of that freezes everybody with the company. All the advisors, all the big investors can't buy. They can put money in through any kind of financing, but they can't buy until in the open market. The company they're buying has 160 AI companies in it, And as I understand, a lot of those AI companies are backed by really wealthy investors. They can't buy. They're precluded by this quiet period, the non-disclosure, the non-compete, whatever documents. But by securities laws, they have what can be interpreted as material information. They can't buy. So the stocks pulled back probably Friday because shorts may have wanted it down to sugarcoat their end of the month statement. And maybe some people are bored, but there's no buying. So my feeling with Railtown is as soon as the news, whatever, when I say the news, I don't know what the news is, but what the last PR press release implies they have to put out another press release when it's finalized. That was a, you have to go read it. They called it an MOU. And then they said, when the LOI is finalized, we'll let you know. When that is, I think buying can come in, and I think Railtown will be up, but that's my favorite one. And of course, silver. And I'm going to leave it at that. I'll wish everybody a good night and peace. Tomorrow starts Lent, so if you're doing that, I wish you peace, love, and happiness. And if you're not, I wish you peace, love, and happiness. Ciao.